All right. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. How's everybody doing? We are here, friends and fiends. Welcome to the Red Death Mask stream. We are here with my, I would say good friend, but we just talked for the first time. But my good new friend, we'll call him Sully the Kelly, or do you prefer Sully? What do you prefer to be called online?
Okay, so originally my channel name was Sully Skelly or Sully the Skeleton, but I changed it to Braindead. So
Okay.
either
Yeah,
one, either
yes.
or works.
Yeah, solely the Skelly. Sorry, I did mispronounce that right now, but we're flying by the seat of our pants here. We're figuring it out as we go. So,
hmm
yeah, I'll probably just refer to you as Sully. You can refer to me as Red, if that works for you. I want to see. I guess I could pop you out to maybe get you on like the corner of the screen down here. I don't know if
I mean,
people really care.
I mean, it give a little bit more context. So
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. Um no, I just yeah. I'm sure people care to see you. It's just more that I'm like
hello.
will it be so small that they can even make anything out, you know?
No,
Is kind of
yeah,
what I
right,
mean
right,
cuz
right.
cuz I'm definitely shit at doing this. But
It's fine.
here
I'm not that great either, so don't
yeah.
feel bad.
All right, here. Let's do really quick 8-second
Merry
video.
Christmas, you filthy animal,
All right, that's fine. We're,
and a
we're still
Happy New
working out the
Year.
kinks. So
And a happy new year. Yeah, sorry. That's I think it's important for at this time of whatever
Mhm.
perpetual fuzziness and giving and whatever. I think it's important to uh you know break it up with some action, have some die hard movie nights so you don't get sick of
Right.
watching all the lovey-dovey Christmas movies. And that's kind of what this stream is about tonight too. In this holiday season, we're going to read some horror stories, and we're going to watch your video and discuss obsession at length.
Right.
So
hmm
I just yeah, I'm here. I won't play the Uncle Buck clip because who knows, maybe YouTube will
Yeah.
clap my ass for doing that. But Merry Christmas. Here's a quarter. You know,
Yeah.
so
Got it.
I'm telling all my fans to if you have a mole, get it chewed off. No, I'm kidding. uh, anyways, so yeah, let's get into your video. And I guess the other question that I kind of wanted to ask you is, you said you wrote this like a long time ago, right?
I did. I was in high school. It was
Okay.
I was really into anime,
Yep.
and
Okay.
you can definitely see in a hopeless. Oh yeah, you can definitely see the writing in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay. Well, so that already is a good start. I'm already excited. I guess the question I have for you before we get into it though is was it just kind of a one-off, and have you written much since then, or are you
Okay.
still writing stories,
I
how
have.
like what's your writing journey, I guess?
Okay. When this was just a one off. I don't know why. I don't know what drove me to write it. I just felt like creating something weird. And
Yeah.
then I took a long break, and ever since Creepcast started, I went to writing my own, different stories, shorter stories. Like I said, like I told you before,
Right.
I like writing things that go bump in the night.
Yeah,
Scary stuff in the woods happening.
for sure.
So
Oh
a
yeah,
couple of the
cool.
stories are up on the what was it? Tales of the Creeps.
Yeah, right. Hell yeah, cool. Well, yeah, that's awesome. I don't know if you want to shout out the titles. If you have them right now, feel free to do so.
They're kind of goosebumpsy inspired. I called them
Okay.
Fauna Oculos, and then it has the title next to it, which is like
Okay.
Latin for animal eyes.
Okay.
hmm It's like it goes like Stench in the Woods and oh, what was the other one? A Beast by the Road.
Okay, hell yeah. Well,
hmm
that's cool. I'll definitely have to, just on another stream in the future, maybe check one of those out. Because
Right.
obviously we all get better at writing, and I think it takes a lot of balls to show your first story, and make a video where you're like, this is my first story and I'm gonna read it for you guys.
hmm
So I just have to commend you on that, and then say that, don't worry, this isn't gonna be uh the only time on my stream that we check out your stories. I want to see how you've changed and grown as a writer, but this is kind of cool because this is the first time I've ever been able to. I mean, I've read some other authors' first stories yet, but I've never read something that they're like, this is from way in my past, and
Oh
then
yeah.
to then get to view that and digest that, and then in the future check out some more recent stuff. I just think it's going to be a lot of fun. I know it will be for me
Oh yeah.
because more than just reading an author's great story that's great from the very beginning, that they've they were just a great writer from the first time they picked up a pen. I like
No,
just
that
seeing writers get better.
yeah. No, this
Um
is not it. This is like top tier schlock.
yeah,
This.
top tier schlock and cringe, which
Mhm.
which is what makes creepypasta great, right? It is the cringe, it is the
Mhm.
schlock, it is the who is phone kind of dumb jokes of it, just as much as
Oh
it
yeah.
is the amazing pen pal and Broska-esque stories. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, so I
Oh
just
man.
again, I thank you. I thank you for your bravery, and I thank you for letting us watch it or listen to it. We commend you solely, and we love you. So
Thank
that
you. I appreciate it.
yes, everything we say or what we laugh at, it all comes from a place of love. So.
Yeah, I thank you for letting me on your stream. I appreciate it. It's very cool.
Of course, man. Of course. I've never just wanted to be a solo narrator or a solo reader. I've always wanted to have guests on and people to
Mhm.
interact with. This is why I started streaming, to so to speak. So I just really appreciate you coming on
Yeah,
and
anytime,
doing
man.
it. Yeah, hell yeah. Cool. Well, here, let me
I was just
read.
kind of
uh
I'm just kind of winging it. So,
Yeah, no, wing away. We're both winging it. We're flying by the seat of our pants, and there's nothing wrong with that. Here,
no.
Harold Sleeper says everything from way in my past are dumb HP Lovecraft Cthulhu imitations that will never see the light of day. I still have them though. Well, see,
That sounds awesome.
and I think that's important. I still have a lot of my old journals from, back in like middle school or high school, just like, shitty poems I wrote about girls or
Mhm.
whatever. And it's important to still keep that stuff, even if it never sees the light of day, even if you never show it to anyone, just to go back and remind yourself of who you were and, what you felt at a certain period of time, I think is really important uh, to maintain your growth as a writer and to just
Yeah.
to just see your evolution and see what you cared about versus what you care about now.
Yeah. No, I got you. I
Cool,
got you.
hell yeah. Well, all right, let's, without any further ado, we have Obsession.
Just prepare for terrible voice acting. So,
Terrible voice acting, great by
Hello,
me.
everybody.
mhm.
How's it going? Welcome to the first video of Tales from the Creeps and the last this year. Now, I
And
know.
real quick, can you hear it good?
I can't hear
You can't hear it.
anything.
You can't hear it. So that's
I
kind
cannot.
of that's kind of the issue of what I want to do. Um
Mhm.
Make sure, and I guess I should have done this before I went live, but that's okay.
Yeah. No, I
Try
got you.
to I will try to mess with Discord and see, cuz I think it's just a matter of like changing my audio output, right? I would think so.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. Output options.
I mean, I do have the stream pulled up on my phone.
Yeah, I was like, if you, I know it'll be at a delay, and so if you wanted to listen to it, we could do that. So here, let's just try this. Or would it be
Harold
input for
Sleeper
you?
has decided to share a poem he wrote for a girl.
Oh, hell
Roses
yeah.
are red, ogres have feet. Even though you're like the Hunger Games, I think you're neat. This was for a Valentine's Day card. Hey, it's not bad. It's better than the poems I can write.
Yeah. I love it. All right. I'm gonna change the output first, and then we'll see.
Mhm.
We'll see if that does anything.
I made a post.
If I can listen to it through my phone, I can. I just hope it doesn't echo through the mic.
I promise. This will be the last video of the
Can you
year.
hear anything or not?
Kinda special. I
mean, I can hear you talking.
This is my story. I wrote.
Right. Yeah. You can hear me. You can't hear the.
No, I
Got
can't
it.
hear any
Okay.
audio.
The video once I play it. Okay. Here. Let me.
Mhm.
Let me try one other thing. We won't get too bogged down in this, but.
No.
So input, voice isolation, studio, custom. Okay.
Oh boy. No, don't. No, you
Your
don't need to
audio
shut up. Harold.
open.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, here. You know, video. Yeah, if you just want to listen to it on the stream, and then you could also, like, if you do think it's coming through on your mic, you could just mute your mic and then pause it and unmute it whenever. All right, but let's just listen to it. I probably won't do much pausing since you can't hear it, so we'll probably just listen to the whole story through, and then we'll discuss at the end. How does that sound? So that way you can hear it too and stuff. All right.
Here, hold on. I have an idea.
Okay.
I'll just connect. I'll just connect a headphone to my phone, so that way it doesn't echo.
Okay. Hell yeah. Perfect. All right. Well, we're at like 36 seconds right now. Here, we can start it back over and play it at the same time if you want.
Okay. It don't matter.
Yeah. We'll be at about the same time. Hell yeah. Tales from the Creep.
Hello everybody, how's it doing? How's it going? Welcome to the first video of Tales from the Creeps and the last this year. Now I know I made a post on the Reddit saying that I would read everyone's stories, and I will. I promise. This will be the last video of the year, and I wanted to make it kind of special. This is my story. I wrote this story, and I'm kind of nervous because I wrote it so long ago. It's got, and I went through it and I reread it, and it's kind of embarrassing because you can kind of see like little bits and pieces of old me who was obsessed with anime and video games and just it's a whole whirlwind. And the thing is, I thought it would be a cool idea to switch perspectives without kind of like giving a hint that I'm switching perspectives. So when that happens, I will tell you. So that way it doesn't become confusing and a whole mess like the story already is. Alright, this story is put together like mega. So I'm kind of nervous, but I cannot wait to read Obsession. Alright, so let's get into my very first story. Part 1, Chapter 1. My name is Alexandria Wright. Most people call me Alex. I'm 25 and I live in Oklahoma attending college. It was a windy, gloomy day. The dark gray clouds hung over the sky.
I don't know why the audio cut out there.
Of the sun.
No, yeah. It's no worries. If the audio cuts out, we have the text on screen at least, you know.
Yeah.
But so I paused here for a second, so hopefully you're pausing yours too real quick. I just want to say that, you know, before we get into the story, that for your first story to write for the opposite, I mean, you're writing for a woman, right?
Yeah, this is the perspective of a woman.
Yeah, that is not something I would have thought about doing until, you know, like that to me is just so crazy that your first story wasn't like a person with a similar name to you, like maybe slightly changed, but you know, because that was
Yeah,
that was my whole thing, was like, I'm gonna make myself the main character, and I'm gonna tell a story that somewhat mimics my own life, but you know,
no,
obviously some other different shit happens, you know.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not that full of myself. I couldn't do that.
See, and that's the thing, is like it is a thing that a full of themselves young writer does, but the
Hmm.
first thing that people tell you, like in writing classes and stuff, is like, write what you know, right? And so I was
Yeah,
like, okay, well, I shouldn't write, you know, about anyone other than like a white Midwestern, you know, male growing up in, you know, like Washington State is where I grew up. So of course that's where,
right.
and I still have that novel, that, and it was a novel, and it still has plans to be a novel, but it's essentially like
Hmm.
my coming of age story, right?
No, yeah, I was
And
not gonna write that. So,
yeah, and see, to me, like, already that, I think one of my biggest problems as a writer is just a lack of like unapologetic imagination. Like I always try to ground it, you know, back to reality or
mhm,
back to something that I know in my real life. And then I
right.
see these writers like, and like you did with this first story, where you're like, nope, I'm 25. Most people call me Alex, and I live in Oklahoma. I don't know. Maybe you grew up in Oklahoma, so maybe, you know, maybe there's some.
That is, yes, that is the only thing the
Okay,
story
so
needs to
at
tell me
least
is
you'll
Oklahoma.
know the setting will feel
Mhm.
real, which is smart. I think that's smart to do. But yeah, I just have to say, like, what chutzpah, what balls to to do that. And you're
Mhm.
totally right about you know, your comment about like, I'm not that self-absorbed. To me, that is, I think, my biggest, maybe, you know, problem as a writer. My instincts are to be self-absorbed, and I don't know why. I I I want to get away from it. I want to write a story that just
Mhm.
takes place outside of the world, you know, our universe, our
Right,
laws
right.
of reality. You know, I think that would be such a much more interesting story. But
Mhm.
do I have the imagination and the world building to pull it off? Probably not. But you know, we're dreamers, right? We're dreamers on
Mhm.
this live stream and on the Creepcast subreddit. So I can still hope, right? You know,
Yeah.
but I do have to like commend you on that your first story wasn't just like about someone who is essentially you know,
No,
in a
no, it ain't.
fictionalized version. That's pretty cool. So here, we'll real quick. Harold Sleeper said a couple things. I set everything I write in Pennsylvania since I grew up and still live there. Tobin from my short works is in my hometown. Or is it's in my head, but it's based on my hometown. Yeah, and see,
Right.
that's what I was gonna do. Like for my novel, I still plan on doing this, and I still it's just gonna, the name I have for it is called The Valley, right? And it's just
Mhm.
about the town I grew up in, is
Right.
this, you know, small little valley town in Washington. And I was never gonna name the town in the novel, but you know, the title just being called The Valley, like that's what
Uh-huh.
people would call the town. It was never gonna
Right.
have a specific name, but everyone was just gonna call it The Valley. So
No, I got you.
And I do think that that's smart, and that's not really self-absorbed. I see that more as like people, or that's not being overly obsessed with your own story. Like I tend to be. I think that is just that is what they. I think that is more what they mean when they say write what you know. They don't necessarily mean write only things that happened in your own life. They mean put it somewhere where don't write a story about growing up in Alaska if you didn't grow up in Alaska and you're not going to be able to adequately describe it, right? Yeah. So, smart and makes a lot of sense. And then here, I just want to get to his other comments.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Someone in here, I'm hooked so far. And did you write a novel yet or so? Or is it conceptual? I have chapters of it done. I don't have it. Like I said, it's like a coming of age story. It's about my life. I by no means have finished it yet, but it's something that is always on the back burner. I plan on still working on it. I plan on finishing it at some point. Who knows? Right now I'm focused on my YouTube channel,
Yeah.
But anyways, okay, back to the story. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and play.
The echo of thunder rang out.
Oh. Shit, sorry,
my distance, a soft, cool raindrops began to hit my body. I didn't want to get wet, and I hated being so cold. So I picked up the pace and ran into my college dorm. Thankfully, I hadn't gotten too soaked from the rain. I set my backpack down on the bed and headed into the restroom to freshen up. I gazed upon my reflection in the mirror, seeing my long red hair had gotten wetter than I thought. My tired green eyes had bags under them from the late night studying. Grabbing a towel hanging on the nearby rack, I dry my hair and head back to my bed, looking at the empty bed next to mine. Wonder where... Before I could finish my sentence, the door to my dorm room opened up. My roommate Kyla Reed had walked in. "Hey, Alex," she said in a friendly tone. She hadn't been so lucky like I to get out of the rain. "You're soaked. Here." I tossed her the towel, and I was used to drying my hair. "Thank you, Alex. Thankfully, my books and papers hadn't gotten too wet," Kyla replied as she threw her backpack on her bed and began to dry her hair and clothes. Kyla was average height, 24 years old, big body. Her long, dark hair draped over her shoulders, and her blue eyes made her seem kind and loving with the way she looked at people. Unlike me, short, long, messy hair, I needed glasses to see, and my tired eyes made me look undesirable to any man that looked away. Sure, I had a lean body like Kyla, but I didn't have the proportions to compete with her, or any woman that was clearly more attractive than I. It intimidated me. "So, Alex, did you hear about the new transfer student?" Kyla asked as she raised the towel from her damp, black hair. I hadn't noticed she had asked me a question. I was so deep in my thought of my own insecurities. "Kyla to Alex." Kyla snapped her fingers close to my face, and I jumped back to reality. Oop, there goes gravity. Sorry, I was lost in thought. "What'd you say?" "I asked if you heard about the new transfer student. He's from Russia."
If you have questions, feel free to pause it.
For sure, I will.
For my response. "Yes, I met him the other day. He's Ivan Reese," I replied, a blush lighting up my cheeks. I'd already fallen for him in the short time I met Ivan. Ivan was tall, 26 years old, black hair tied into a small ponytail, and I wore red eye contacts. He told me that he hated the color of his real eyes. Oh, it's so edgy. It's so edgy and, like, just lame. Kyla immediately caught on and gave me a sly look, a teasing smile stretching across her face. "You gonna make a move on him?" She poked at my cheeks. "If you don't, I will," she added. I swatted her hand away, being annoyed at her prodding. "Guess it wouldn't hurt to try. Not like you go for a girl like me." I mumbled under my breath as I hugged my legs, staring out the window, seeing the rain drench the college campus and the town that stretched beyond it. The next day, it was still raining, but not as hard as it was yesterday. I saw him in the hall, talking to a guy I haven't met yet. I didn't really care to notice any of his features, as my gaze was only focused on Ivan. I wanted to talk to him. I had to talk to him, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't move, and I had a nervous feeling in the pit of my stomach. I just stood there, staring at him. No words, just soft breaths escaping my lips. "Hey man, I think that red-haired chick is checking you out," Sullivan pointed out to Ivan, a small smile coming across his face. What redhead?" Ivan looked over, his gaze meeting Alexandria's. She seemed to tense up as they made eye contact. "Oh, her. I met her a couple days ago. A bit on the nerdy side, but she's cute. I didn't finish this sentence. A brief look of pain plagued his face before he shook his head, clearing a thought from his mind. Never mind. Sullivan gave him an odd look, cocking his eyebrow but shrugging. You gonna talk to her, or just stand there? Sullivan said, slapping Ivan's back. Alright, if you stop slapping my back, Ivan replied as he walked over to Alexandria. Alexandria tensed up a bit more, gripping her books tightly out of nervousness. Seeing Ivan approach her, Hey, Alex, he said with a casual demeanor, but there was a hint of hesitation. Hey, I know this is out of nowhere and we just met, but I'd like to be your girlfriend. It's so cringy, like, typical romance anime garbage. So bad. Oh, gosh. I don't know what I was thinking writing this. Alexandria turned beet red and she looked at the ground expecting to be rejected. Ivan was caught off by the sudden proposal. Oh, well, Ivan rubbed the back of his neck, but once Alexandria looked back up, her green eyes sent a chill down his spine, bringing back bad memories of what had happened in his past. Alexandria stood there. A look of impatience was in her eyes. Her heart felt like it was about to burst or wither depending on his answer. Ivan opened his mouth. Nothing came out but a hesitant release of breath. It's so anime. Just, you know, gosh. But after a second, he finally gave his answer. Sure, I've been in a relationship in a long what? Before he could finish the sentence, Alexandria had hugged him and even nuzzled his chest. You made me so happy, she muttered under her breath. I was caught off by the sudden embrace and gently pushed her off. Sorry, not that I don't appreciate it. I just prefer to get to know somebody a bit more. Ivan told her. Alexandria just nodded in response to him and smiled. Finally, somebody accepted me. Somebody would truly love me for who I am. And I won't let that be taken from me. That was...
Okay, pause.
Okay.
So, really quick, are you just listening to your YouTube video or are you listening to the stream?
I'm on the stream. It's a little delayed, but I know where we're at.
Okay, so you know where we're at. My question from this point here, and this is just about the story, is... So right now, she assumes that they are now dating. Am I wrong about that?
No. This is they are
okay.
dating.
So she in her headcanon, in her mind, he just said yes to him being her girlfriend, which is pretty hilarious to me. And I mean, clearly not from what only in the mind of somebody truly kind of already deranged would you think that interaction means like, oh, we're dating and he loves me. Right. From the interaction that you just wrote out, that you just narrated.
So I can kind of explain the first parts because I was also a bit of a hopeless romantic.
Okay. Me too. Shout out.
How it came out.
Yeah. Okay. Hell yeah. Well, hopeless romantic gang. You're in safe company here, so don't worry about that. So, I guess that my other question is, so if that's the case, you were a hopeless romantic. That's why, or that's part of your inspiration for this, but I guess I'm sure the story will tell us, but I guess, his friend made Ivan go up and talk to her. He kind of pressured Ivan into it, right? But I guess my question is, would Ivan have even noticed her if not for that friend being like, hey, she's looking at you,
Probably not.
Like, okay, so Ivan wasn't like a typical dude, like looking at every girl in the lunchroom, looking, okay, and that just because I wanna, and I know that we should just let the story explain this, but since I have the author here, I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna break the rules and let you explain it because it's more fun this way because then I can get a sense of like. Yeah, is Ivan the type of guy who's just like well, this girl likes me, so why wouldn't I date her? Sort of a thing. Or
Yeah.
is he more of like a nice guy who's kind of, and I got the nice guy vibe from him where he was trying to let her down easy, but she just took it as his tacit approval, I guess. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, like it's the story kind of also delves into like unhealthy obsessions with just things that can affect your mind.
Right. Okay.
So, mhm.
Cool.
But yeah,
Interesting.
no, she just immediately assumed. So
Right. Assumed that, I don't know, I guess because he didn't go like, ew, no, gross, immediately that she was like, well, now we're dating,
yeah, no, no,
Okay.
no, yeah, that's exactly how it went.
That's a very fun way to start a story, I have to say. I'm in, I'm invested. And yes, there is cringe, but it certainly is fun cringe, at least right now for me. And
Okay,
the fact that she's already like that, I guess, I don't know what the kind way to say this is, but mentally unstable to
oh
where
no, yeah,
she's
there's
already
literally
that. Yeah.
no, I don't. There was no rhyme or reason for making her like that. I just needed something to match the story's title.
Right.
So
Yeah. You were like,
when I
it's going to
wrote
be
it,
called Obsession. And then you started
hmm
writing, and then you were like, okay, so she's obsessed.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it
Okay.
just
Got it.
doesn't really go any deeper.
Right.
So
Hell yeah. And that's fine. I'm here for it. Okay. Let's get back
okay,
to the story now. Again, if I pause, obviously we'll talk more, but for the most part I think I'm just going to let it play, and I have a notepad here, so I am going to be writing things down to talk
okay,
to you about. So if you're like, man, he's really not saying anything, like, don't worry,
no,
I'll
no, no,
have I'll have stuff to ask or to
mhm.
talk about at the end. So
Yeah, it's fine.
Chapter
Don't worry about it.
1.
I know you're just listening or writing stuff down, so
cool. Hell
don't
yeah.
worry.
Sweet. All right.
It's so bad. I am like, I'm talking to the mic right now, obviously, but I'm like red from embarrassment and how just like, it's too much anime. It's too much. Chapter 2. About 4 months passed since Ivan and I started dating. We've done the typical things like couples do: hold hands, hug, and kiss. You've made out a few times, but nothing further than that. Been having dreams, recurring dreams of Ivan leaving me, ditching me, cheating on me. I hated it. I loved Ivan more than he knew. I didn't want to lose him. I couldn't lose him. With each passing day, whenever he talked to someone other than me, I felt a pain in my chest. It reminded me of those dreams I had. My insecurities coming to light as I imagined the love of my life tossing me away like garbage. How could I stop these feelings? How could I keep Ivan all to myself? I didn't have time to answer the questions I brought up for myself as I needed to head back to class. I sat up in my bed, grabbed my things, and left my dorm room. As I walked down the hall, I noticed Ivan with Sullivan. He and Ivan had become good friends since his transfer from Russia and often sat around us when we had free time. Sullivan Eskele is of Hispanic descent, around 5'6", 27 years old. Slick back brown hair that dangled just past his ears, and hazel eyes. He carried himself with confidence, as the definition of chivalry. Helped anyone who needed it. I admired that about him, but I couldn't help but get a jealous feeling whenever Ivan was around him instead of me. But I had never dated anyone until 4 months ago, and I figured it was just a normal feeling that would pass with time. I was wrong. I wanted nothing more than to pry Ivan away from him and keep him to myself. It was mine and mine alone. I couldn't let anyone take it from me. Surely he would understand. Surely he feels the same way about me. I haven't noticed how hard I was clutching my fist until I felt something wet trickle out of my palm. My nails dug into my own skin so much they cut past the skin, caused a small incision in my right palm. I panicked. I couldn't let my darling see me like this. He would think less of me. I know it. I headed to the nearest restroom and ran in, turning on the sink to wash my right hand from my own viscous fluid. Viscous. Is this normal? I mumbled to myself, wondering if my insecurities were getting the better of me. No, it couldn't be, I muttered, grabbing a paper towel from the dispenser. It's everyone around Ivan. All of them trying to take what's mine. I trailed off and thought I knew how to keep Ivan away from them. Back in the hallway, Sullivan had slapped Ivan on his back and gave him the usual friendly smile. So, how are you in Alexandria? She treating you good? Sullivan asked as he nudged Ivan with his left elbow. Yeah, she's a bit clingy and doesn't know what a personal bubble is, but she's also sweet, passionate about her hobbies, Ivan explained to Sullivan.
Well, I'm happy for you, buddy. But have you told her? Sullivan asked. About what? Ivan replied, wondering what Sullivan was talking about. Your past? Why you wear those red eye contacts? He pressed further. No, I haven't, Ivan stated, his eyes getting lost in the past. That was chapter 2. That is such an abrupt ending. It's like, alright, that's a good spot to start. Like, it's got so many flaws, and the dialogue is kind of cringe. Chapter 3. I had just gotten back to my dorm, exhausted from my date with Ivan. Kyla was there, waiting on all the juicy details from my date. So, what'd you two do this time? Come on, tell me, she asked, poking at my cheek like always. I batted her hand away. All right, you're such a child sometimes, Kyla. I told her all she wanted to hear, how Ivan and I went out and ate, saw a movie, took a walk at the local park, and even sharing a romantic kiss. I could relive that moment in my head for eternity. He told me. Told you what? Kyla asked, curiosity in her eyes. His past. Why he wears those contacts. Alexandria looked down at her hands, her fingers intertwining and fidgeting nervously, thinking back at what Ivan had told her. No, this is where I committed one of the great many sins of explaining and droning on about a past that did not need to be explained. It needed to be left a mystery, but here we go. The night sky was beautiful. This is back during the date. I thought it would be cool to be thinking of a flashback. So, okay, this is back during the date for Ivan and Alex. The night sky was beautiful. Yeah. Stars cascading across the vast, dark shades of blue and black. Alexandria sitting next to her beloved on a park bench. A slight breeze keeping the crisp, cool air in their lungs. I was young, lived alone with my father. He was loving and compassionate, always there to protect me, keep me safe. Ivan stated, looking at the ground. I didn't say anything. I kept quiet so I could hear his sweet voice echo through my ears. My mother was the complete opposite. She and my father always got into arguments. Every time they argued, my mother would run off and come back hours later, inebriated and bitter. I even paused, holding back tears, but he continued on. It's so anime. It's so cringe anime. She'd often beat me and throw things at my father. One night she came home late, heard her stammering around and prepared for another beating, but that didn't happen. I heard her enter my father's room, and moments later, I heard a gunshot. Ivan had tears rolling down his cheeks. He used my sleeve to wipe them off. I was scared when I saw her shadow under the door, so I did what any kid would do and hid in my closet, covering myself in my own dirty laundry. Hearing that woman speak my name in such a soft manner terrified me. I knew she would kill me if I'd come out of my hiding spot. Thankfully, she never found me, and the officers came in arresting her. Ivan was holding my hand tightly. Who called the cops? Didn't she shoot your father? I asked. Yes, but my father stayed strong and used what little life he had left to call them. The officer said he never responded after giving them our address. Ivan began to sob as his mind replayed that night. I brought his forehead to mine, doing my best to comfort him. My love was fragile, and I couldn't allow anyone to hurt him anymore. Gosh. She's white knighting. Alex is white knighting. Oh gosh, I can't get over it. Does this have anything to do with wearing those contacts? I cupped his wet cheeks in my hands, looking him in the eyes. Yes, my mother had green eyes, and every time I looked at myself in the mirror, I just remembered the beating she gave me. It disgusted me. I don't want to have anything in common with that vile woman, Ivan explained. Pain and fear hid behind those red eye contacts. I, however, was worried. What does he think of my eyes? Is he scared of me? Think less of me for sharing the same eye color as his mother? I had to ask, and I did. Do my eyes remind you? Bring back those memories? I asked, my heart palpitating from suspense and anxiety as I continued to stare at him. Ivan made eye contact with her and nodded. Alex, I'm so sorry, but maybe it's best you and Ivan's... Oh, okay, so even I got confused here. So, after that, it's back to Alex and Kyla. Alex, I'm so sorry, but maybe it's best you and Ivan separate, Kyla suggested. The thought of that appalled me. Kyla knew how much I loved Ivan. I wanted nothing more than to hurt her for saying such things. Excuse you? No, I'm not doing that. Ivan is mine and nobody will keep him from me. Not even you. I yelled, unaware of the distress I had caused Kyla. unaware of the manic look I had in my eyes. Kyla stood up from her bed, clearly scared and concerned for me. Alex, you need to calm down. I'm just trying to help. Kyla said in a shaky tone. Well, you're not, I yelled once more, realizing that Kyla wanted Ivan. She wanted us to separate so she could have him for himself. Ivan is mine. I walked out of the room, other students staring at me with their prying, nosy eyes. They all wanted Ivan. All of them. I left campus and waited in my car, clutching the wheel, my knuckles turning white. I sat in my car, all the hatred and rage festering inside my soul. I waited for hours in my car and looked at the digital clock. 2:17 a.m. I left my car and headed back to my college dorm. Quietly opened the door to see Kyla lying asleep in her bed. I sneak in and gently shut the door. A million thoughts are running through my mind and all are screaming at me to kill Kyla. I grab a pillow off my bed, clutching it with my hands as I loom over Kyla. Was this the right choice? Was I really going to kill my friend over what she said? I back up and sit on my bed. My breathing was starting to escalate. I felt sick to my stomach. But what she said in those dreams kept repeating over and over again in my head, like a record player picking at the curves in my brain. I tightened my grip on my pillow and put it over Kyla's peaceful, resting face. After a couple seconds, she began to realize she couldn't breathe and started fighting back. Yeah, this is her first kill. She is smothering her with a pillow. And the adrenaline in my veins kept the pillow tight over her head. She started scratching fiercely at my arms, trying to get me to stop. Blood trickling down the burning claw marks that now scarred my alabaster skin. Eventually, she stopped fighting back. Her muffled cries for help dwindled, and she laid still in her bed. I was breathing heavily and winced at the pain that plagued my bloody forearms. I killed my best friend, and I enjoyed it because it was all for my love, Ivan. I ran to the bathroom to try and mend my scratched up arms. I washed the blood off as best as I can and used a towel to dry them off, hoping it would take away the burning sensation, but it never did. I ran out of my dorm, forgetting to shut the door and out to my car. I started up and speed off onto the pavement. As I drive through town, I grab my phone and call Ivan. Chapter 4. So yeah, no, she's... Oh gosh. I just don't have words. Alright, chapter 4. This is from Ivan's perspective. Ivan's phone began to ring. He did not hear it as he was a heavy sleeper. However, Sullivan did. He grumbled in annoyance and slowly sat up. He rubbed his eyes and glanced at the dresser between their beds. He saw that it was Alex calling and got up, shaking Ivan. Ivan, dude, wake up. Alex is calling you. He looked over to see the call ended. Only for her to call again. Ivan grumbled, protesting his friend's shaking. What? Ivan opened his sleepy eyes. Your girl is calling you, Sullivan replied. Ivan stretched his arms, sat up, and picked up the phone. Alex, what? Okay. Slow down. What's going on? Ivan asked. It's bad. I went on a night walk to clear my head, and now somebody is following me. Please, I need help. I ran into the old abandoned mental asylum to hide from him. His heart started racing. Of course, just stay hidden. We'll be right there.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. You're allowed. You can laugh.
No, no. I love it because it's like, obviously Ivan doesn't know that she's a killer at this point or how insane she is. But if my girlfriend called me and she's like, somebody's following me, even if it was like a brand new girlfriend or a girlfriend I had been dating for a while, it doesn't matter. If they just called me out of the blue and were like, someone's following me, so I decided to hide from them in the old abandoned insane asylum, I immediately, not only do I have to hang up the phone on her, but I immediately have to call the cops and be like, this girl is either somebody really is following her and she herself wants to die. So either she's like suicidal or she is going to murder me, Clearly that sentence alone is so insane. So it's like, a normal, obviously Ivan's gonna have to go and like try to help her and then figure out that she's trying to trap him or whatever. I get that, but just me as a person, I'm like, if anyone, even somebody I knew for years and like loved with all my heart and trusted, but if they call me and go, somebody's following me, I'm scared, so I went to hide in the old abandoned insane asylum, I immediately have to be like, I'm sorry, like, this isn't working out. Bye.
Yeah.
Click. Oh God. But
Like when I was writing this,
very
I was
funny.
like, what's a scary location this can take place in?
Yep.
I know.
I know. The old abandoned mental insane asylum.
And there was a mental home I worked at in Shawnee. It wasn't
Okay.
abandoned. It was
Right.
doing very well. I just
Yeah. I love it, dude. I'm so in. This is so fun. I'm having a blast. All right.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
glad you're laughing at it.
Yeah, I'm having fun. And there's more stuff that I'll say too when we finish this story. Like, there's some things I'm impressed by. So don't think I'm just all whatever, just thinking, oh, this is so horrible and blah blah blah. There are some things that I want to talk to you about that I like too about the story, but let's not get too sidetracked. Let's keep listening. I'm gonna stand up real quick. I might not be right by my computer, but I am listening, so just don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
No worries. Ivan said, no need. I already did. Alexandria lied. Hang tight and stay hidden. Ivan hung up and told Sullivan what was going on. All right, let's go save your girl, he said, and gave me a comforting pat on my back. Leaving the dorms, we see police cars and ambulance pulling into the women's dorms. What the hell is going on? Sullivan asked. I shrugged. Probably another pervert got caught in the women's dorms. Let's go. Everyone replied as he got into Sullivan's vehicle and drove off. Ivan was quiet the whole ride towards the asylum. Sullivan did his best to comfort his best friend, offering words of affirmation and friendly smiles. There, Ivan pointed to the asylum. Sullivan nodded and pulled into the lot. Sullivan got out. He noticed Alexandria's car was in the lot. Wait, isn't that her car? What the hell is going on? He looked towards Ivan. Ivan was dumbfounded. What? That doesn't make any sense. Ivan paused for a moment. She said she was on a walk, right? So why is her car here? Ivan? Sullivan asked. I don't know. I'm worried and something is clearly wrong. We need to find Alex. Ivan glared at her car and then started walking toward the old metal doors of the asylum. St. Eleanor's Mental Hospital was printed on the building. The letters faded and worn out from weathering. The old doors were slightly ajar, showing signs of entry. Ivan and I pushed against the doors. They creaked and groaned as we forced them open. The old asylum smelled of mold and dust. Light fixtures hung from the ceiling. Dirt and old hospital equipment littered the untouched floors. Before either of us could call out for Alexandria, I heard a sickening crack, like metal had connected with flesh. Looking over at my right to see Ivan fall to the old floor, and Alexandria screamed. I forgot. It just switches to Sullivan mid-sentence. Okay, so the moment they walk through the doors, because it catches me off guard too, because it's just so poorly written. So once they walk through the doors, it goes to Sullivan's perspective. Before either of us could call out for Alexandria, I heard a sickening crack, like metal had connected with flesh. Looking over to my right to see Ivan fall to the old floor, and Alexandria screamed. A rusty pipe in her small arm, she dropped the pipe, then clambered against the old tiles. Alex, what the fuck? I yelled. She ignored me, shaking Ivan to wake up. Her green eyes were bloodshot and psychotic. I can't even begin to wrap my head around what had just occurred. That's the end of chapter 4. It just stops right there, like a bad anime episode. Alright, chapter 5. Ivan's body lay limp in her tiny arms. Ivan, sweet darling, wake up, I didn't mean to hurt you. She yelled, but Ivan never responded. I knelt down to check his pulse, but Alexandria clawed my face with her nails. Don't touch him! This is your fault! She spat in anger. I gasped in pain, the stinging sensation spreading across my face. Shit! What's wrong with you? Why is your car here? Where's the creep who's following you? I spat. I wanted to get Ivan away from her, but a crazed look plagued her eyes and it scared me.
his friend is damaged, has taken head damage, and he's worried about the fake creep and why her car is here. What was I thinking? It was all lies to lure my love out here. But over the phone, he mentioned a we. That's why. Alexandria laid Ivan's head gently to the dirty floor and picked up the rusty metal pipe. So then that was meant for you. You caused him to get hurt. It's your fault! Alexandria was breathing erratically. Her bloodshot eyes were staring daggers into my soul. Looked at Ivan, then back to Alex. I turned and ran down the left wing hallway to the asylum. I heard her footsteps charging after me. I was running in darkness, thinking about the streetlights from the parking lot illuminating from the dusty, broken windows. My right foot made contact with a rusty wheelchair. I tripped and fell, feeling something sharp under my stomach. It was hell not to scream in pain. I forced myself back to my feet and found an old room. I run in and placed my back against the wall. Try to steady my breathing and keep it quiet so she wouldn't hear me. I take out my phone and use the dim light to shine on my stomach. What seemed to be a shard of glass that impaled my stomach. This is a pain in the glass, I whispered to myself and let out a painful chuckle. Gosh. It's a pain in the... What was I thinking writing that? It's a pain in the glasp. In the glasp? Gosh, I'm so baffled by my own terrible writing, I can't even freaking talk right. Alright, I whispered to myself and let out a painful chuckle. Put my phone back in my pocket, hearing footsteps close by. Oh, Sully. Where'd you go, Sully? She cooed in the empty, dark hallway. I slowly peeked around the corner only to duck my head back in the room. She was using her phone light to find me. It was only a matter of time before she found me. I needed to defend myself with something, but what? Using the bleak light from my phone, I spot an old broom handle on the floor and gently pick it up, bracing myself for the worst. That's the end of chapter 5. On to chapter 6. And this is only part 1 of part 2. We still got a whole nother part to read. Oh gosh. My eyes opened up to see the dark ceiling of the asylum. My head felt heavy and was throbbing, and right, chapter 6 goes back to Ivan's perspective. My eyes opened up to see the dark ceiling of the asylum. My head felt heavy and was throbbing with pain. I touched where the pain was emanating from. Felt blood. Sully? Alex? Called with a weak voice as I slowly rise to my feet. Take out my phone and turn on the light. Sully! Alex! I called again, but the answer I got was not the one I desired. Alex, stop! I heard Sullivan cry as the bashing of metal against skin and muscle was heard. My eyes widened and I quickly dialed 911 to give the cops the address and hang up. The phone light guiding my way down the hall, I run into a sight I'd never wish on my worst enemy. Alexandria was standing over Sullivan. The rusty pipe was dripping with blood, creating a puddle at her feet while a puddle of crimson dripped from Sullivan's head. Alex? The sound of my voice caused her to drop the rusty pipe. She turned to me. Those terrifying eyes mirrored my mother's from all those years ago. Ivan, my dear, sweet, beloved Ivan. She ran over and hugged me tightly. I yelled and pushed her off me. What have you done? You killed Sullivan! I yelled, my breath shaky and wavering. He was getting in between us. Wanted you all to himself. You're my boyfriend, and only mine. She approached me. Get away from me! I yelled back, taking a step backward. The words cut deep in Alexandria's heart. What? But it's just me, my love. Please, take me into your arms. She begged, tears falling from her green, manic eyes. I stood in silence for a moment. The cops would be here soon. If I can stall her for just long enough, they could arrest her so she can get the help she so clearly needs. I'm sorry, Alexandria. Let's just sit down and snuggle, okay? I felt sick to my stomach. I felt like the little boy from so long ago as she clung to me like a magnet. We leaned against the old asylum wall and I whispered meaningless things to keep her calm and sedated. It felt like hours waiting for the cops, but I eventually saw the red and blue lights flashing through the old windows. Alexandria had fallen asleep, nuzzling me, but her peace wasn't to last. The cops busted through the old metal doors, causing Alexandria to wake up. What was that? She noticed the lights flashing, and a betrayed look cloaked her face. How could you?
I loved you. I thought you felt the same. Freeze! The two officers heard the yelling and pointed their tasers at Alexandria. Alexandria was hyperventilating as her eyes went from the cops to Ivan, then back to the cops. You won't keep me from him. I'll never let that happen. She quickly grabbed the pipe and ran down the hall, throwing the pipe at a nearby windows. I put windows at a nearby window and jumped out, both officers missing their taser shots. I stood up to see Alexandria run into the nearby woods, then I rolled over and kneeled next to Sullivan. I put my 2 fingers on his neck, closing my eyes and praying for even the faintest pulse, and my prayers were answered. It was faint, but there. Please, call an ambulance. My friend needs help. I cried to the 2 officers. One of the officers nodded and called an ambulance and a runaway suspect. The second officer knelt down next to me and put his hand on my back. He had blue eyes and short black hair. I'm Officer Stevens. That's Officer Blakely. He pointed to the other. I hadn't realized she was a woman until now. Brown hair and a ponytail and brown eyes. She was kind of cute, but I didn't have time to think about that. Why? That is such a useless sentence. Why did I put that? Now, son, we're going to need a statement from you on what happened, Officer Stevens asked me and nodded, telling them everything. And I nodded, telling them everything. Officer Blakely told me Alexandria was now a wanted criminal, being the prime suspect for the murder of Kyla Reeds. I had no idea she murdered her until now. I looked so exhausted and the pain in the back of my skull still remained. I blacked out in an empty void of sleep. That's the end of Chapter 6. On to Chapter 7, the final chapter of Part 1. I woke in the hospital. My head was bandaged and nobody was at my bedside waiting for me. I sat and stared up at the ceiling, wondering where Alex had gone and if my friend Sullivan would pull through. So much had happened in such a little time. I began to cry and put my right arm over my eyes. The nurse came in with a doctor at her side. The nurse saw my dismay and she did what she could to comfort me and gave me some pain medication. Mr. Reese, I'm Dr. Connors. Oh, I forgot that's the doctor. Mr. Reese, I'm Dr. Connors. He smiled. He was bald, had hazel eyes, and looked to be 45. Please, just call me Ivan, I muttered weakly. In any case, your head injury wasn't severe. Just keep the wound dressed and clean, and we'll discharge you shortly. That is not how you treat a head wound patient. They need time, almost over a week, to cooperate and recuperate. Can you tell me about my friend? His name is Sullivan Escale. I'm sorry, I'm not his doctor. I'll be happy to find his room after we discharge you. Dr. Connor smiled once more and left with the nurse. Once I was discharged, I was able to get Sullivan's room and walked in. I was happy to see his mother and father by his side. His head and body were bandaged, an IV bag connected to his arm, as well as a heart monitor and brainwave monitor. His parents hugged me and told me the one time he was awake, he had lost his memory. It saddened me to see him in such a state, but that's okay. It just meant I could be friends with him all over again. After I spent some time with his parents, I headed back to my dorm room. Once I opened the door, I found a letter on my bed. It was from Alexandria. I took it and crumbled it, throwing it into the trash can. I had no idea that she would be so obsessed with me that I'd most likely see her again. What a garbage story. So embarrassed to read that. So many issues. It was never clear when I switched perspectives. Alex was just insane and didn't really have a good reason to be obsessed with Ivan. She was just like that because I wanted her to be like that. That does not make a good horror story. That makes a silly, goofy horror story. I had to pick up my microphone just so I can complain about my own stinking story. I'm sure y'all's are going to be so much better than this one. I guarantee it. Okay. Now that is out of the way, let's get part 2 going. Part 2. Now I can say for certain that part 2 only takes perspective from Ivan. It had been 6 months since I've seen Alexandria. Nobody has seen her since she went mad. I had no idea if she died in those woods. If she was caught or still watching me without my knowing. It scared me to think about that. The only thing I had left for her is the note she left me. I couldn't tell you why I pulled it out of the trash can and kept it. Nobody knows I have it. Not even Sullivan, who has gotten out of the hospital. We're still good friends, and we even graduated college together. We both share an apartment and have decent jobs. Sullivan became a voice actor starring in video games and children's shows. He even has a girlfriend named Alice Trebek. She's pale, long black hair, but her blue eyes reflect the night sky and mirror her good nature. I'm happy Sullivan found someone. He often wakes up in a cold sweat or tosses in his sleep due to the trauma Alexandria inflicted on him. Alice often stays the night to keep him company and help him sleep a little easier. As for me, I became a psychiatrist. Having to deal with my own trauma as well as what Sullivan and I went through with Alex, it inspired me to help the mentally ill. If she's ever caught, I want to be her personal doctor. I want to help her get over this obsession with me and find out what triggered her mental collapse. Keep in mind, I do not have feelings for her, nor do I want to be in any relationship with her. I simply pity her and want to get her on the road to recovery. I've had a few patients similar to her, and I believe I'm close to a breakthrough. The collapse is usually caused by abuse, trauma, or the loss of a family member, but it's hard to say. The human mind is a scary place, and I'm itching to uncover its secrets. I'm home by myself tonight. Sullivan and Alice went out on a date, which gives me time to do some research on Alexandria. She's been nagging at the back of my mind. I don't know why I was so curious of her whereabouts. Sat down on my computer chair and typed in Alexandria right. A couple articles popped up, all repeating what happened that night. Some people are treating her like a ghostly figure that haunts the town. Sightings of red hair vanishing into the woods, or the look of a psychotic green eye staring at them from a distance. I won't lie, I feel like I'm being watched by her all the time. It's unnerving. Turned back to try and find out more about her when out of the corner of my eye I see out my window fogging up. Turning my head I see a red hair dart to the left. I gasp in fear, my left hand clutching my racing heart and my head feeling rattled. She was there the whole time. I mumbled and slowly walked over the window to see a greasy handprint plastered on the once clean glass. I make sure all the doors and windows are locked and start to ponder if I should tell Sullivan and Alice about what I just saw. Alright, that's the end of chapter 1. Why did I turn her into some weird stocky cryptid? You know what? We're just gonna go with it. We're gonna roll with it. There's no use explaining why I wrote what I wrote when I wrote it. Chapter 2. I decided not to tell them. I didn't want to freak out Sullivan, giving him another panic attack as the last thing I want for him. I'm sure Alice would scold me for it too. I did, however, repeat to the police, telling me they would drive cruisers around the neighborhood during the night hours. When Sullivan and Alice returned home, they noticed I was paler than usual. "Hey, Ivan, you okay, man?" Sullivan asked me, a bit of concern lingering in his voice. "Yeah, just got done watching a horror movie," I lied. "So how was the date?" I asked, trying to change the subject. The two of them smiled warmly at me, telling me they had a wonderful time. "Thank you for asking, but we're kind of tired," Alice said, let out a yawn. "Alright, you two sleep tight now." I gave them a small smile, watching them enter Sullivan's room. Was it really that late? Thought to myself and looked at my phone. 11 p.m. I sighed, knowing I had to be back at work the next morning, and headed to bed. I lay in a dark room, my fan droning on, causing white noise to help me sleep, but I couldn't. Thought of my stalker kept me up, my eyes panning over to the window she once plagued. Took a deep breath to calm my nerves, my eyes slowly falling into the cascade of blackness. I dreamt that night, a faceless figure comforting me, giving me a sense of warmth, the touch of its hand rubbing my forearm and something plush pressing against my lips, accompanied by softly spoken words, "I'll always love you." As quickly as it appeared, it left, leaving me alone with the comforting empty void of sleep. My alarm went off, waking me from the bliss of sleep, but it was accompanied by a warm breeze. I opened my eyes to see my window had been forced open, letting in the light from the sun. My heart started pounding, causing my anxiety and fear to escalate. My stomach began to churn from the thoughts of her touching me in my sleep. I wrapped my arms around myself, knowing that I was no longer safe in my own house. I couldn't lie about this anymore. I had to tell Sullivan and Alice for their own safety. "Oh God, no," I mumbled in fear. My heart started palpitating, something furious, praying, hoping that she hadn't done anything to harm my dear friends. I shot out of bed and ran to Sullivan's door. I stopped and gripped the doorknob tight, but I hesitated to open it. What would I find on the other side? Chapter 3. Now, I will say, Part 2 is a massive improvement on Part 1. Not to pat myself on the back, but you can tell I made improvements. It's still not good, no. Chapter 3. My breath heavy in my lungs, every horrible thought ran through my mind like a comet. Gripping the doorknob tight, I slowly opened the door, the hinges quietly groaning in protest, and to my relief, Sullivan and Alice were holding one another in bed. I let out a sigh of relief. So much pressure had been alleviated from my chest. I panned my eyes around the room to see scattered clothes on the carpet floor and the window dressing flowing in the wind, elegantly dancing on its waves. The window was open. Was she watching them too? I mumbled to myself. I wanted to wake them up, but seeing the clothes scattered around the bed hinted that they had sex last night. I'd fought against the idea of not telling them and needed to wake them. They were in danger. I didn't care if they got mad at me. They deserved to know. Sully, I mumbled, shaking his shoulder. He groaned in annoyance and refused to acknowledge me. Sully, wake up! My voice getting a bit louder. Sullivan seemed to finally realize I was in his room. His eyes shut open to make sure Alice was covered up, and she was. His head snapped, looking in my direction. What the hell, man? Get out of here before Alice wakes up. He quietly yelled at me. You do need to get up now. This is urgent, I stated. Sullivan could probably make out the panic in my eyes. All right, just leave the room. Sully demanded, and I nodded, closing the door behind me. Called in sick to work shortly after I had left the room, nor too much longer. What? I called in sick to work shortly after I had left the room, nor too much longer. What? That's a spelling error on my part. Sullivan and Alice met up with me in this kitchen. What's wrong, Ivan? Why'd you wake us up? Alice asked, understandably annoyed with me. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. I wanted to tell them. I needed to tell them, but how would they react? Would you just spit it out already? Sullivan asked in an impatient tone. It's Alexandria. She's stalking us, and last night, I'm sure she broke in. I swear I felt her touching me in my sleep. I admitted. I looked towards my dear friends, both staring at me with skeptical looks. It's not funny, man. You know how we were affected by her. Sullivan was already getting freaked out. Are you sure you weren't hallucinating? Maybe you just imagined it. Alice said as she rubbed Sullivan's back to calm him down. I know what I felt. I woke up this morning. Both of our windows were open. I spat, praying that they'd believe me. Ivan, we haven't seen Alex in months. Why would she show up now? Sullivan looked in my eyes, like he was trying to peer into my soul. What if she's been watching us the whole time? What if she I stopped talking. My whole body froze as I peered down the hallway past Sully and Alice. She was staring at me from my room. Her matted red hair nearly touched the floor, and those obsessed, bloodshot eyes focused solely on me. All I could do was scream in fear. Sullivan and Alice quickly looked and saw a pale hand slip into my room. Alice gasped as Sullivan began to hyperventilate. All three of us stared down the hall, frozen and terrified. That's the end of chapter 3. Good lord. End of chapter 3, on to chapter 4. All three of us stand there, frozen by the terror that engulfed us. Took a deep breath. Call the cops. I'll keep her distracted. I whispered and started walking towards my room. Ivan, wait. Sullivan grabbed my arm. I'm not going to let you go in there, he said, worry plaguing his eyes as he stared into mine. I'm the one she's obsessed with. She won't hurt me. This will be different.
Oh
I
boy.
stated, tearing my arm from his grasp. I could see Sullivan wanted to follow me, but his trauma prevented him. He was too scared to even walk down the hall with me. Looking next to him, I see Alice on the phone calling the police. Taking another deep breath, I slowly walk into my room and see her leaving through the window. Alex, stop! I followed her out the window into the thick green forest that lay beyond my home. As I run through the forest, I can feel sticks and rocks poke and prod at my feet. I was so focused on following her that I hadn't put on any shoes. What was I following her? What was I going to do once I caught up to her? More questions kept popping into my head as I followed her red hair through the brush and leaves. Oh man, excuse me. Sorry, that's normal in this channel. Or horror burps. My lungs were starting to burn and my pace was starting to slow. I suddenly feel something jagged jabbed into my center of my left foot. I yelled in pain and lifted my leg up, only to trip and fall back into I yelled in pain and lifted my leg up, only to trip and fall back first into a thorn bush. The little needle jabbed and pierced my skin, sticking into my pajamas and whatever else they could cling to. I felt them stab at the back of my skull and scraping my cheeks. My back felt like it was being clawed at by scorched nails. The pain was nearly unbearable, but I had to pull myself out of this hell of razors.
I take my right hand and slowly pull off the twisted, gnarled vines that clung to my skin. It felt like hours before I pulled myself out. Looked at my left foot, leaking crimson, causing a bloody mud puddle. My foot had a sharp rock sticking out of it. My whole body was screaming in pain, but I relented and pulled the rock out. Fuck! I cursed at the agony I've suffered and threw the rock aside. I noticed a hole in my shirt and used it to tear off a piece, tying it around my foot, and forcing myself back to my feet. I let out pathetic whimpers, trying to deal with the suffering my body was going through. My ears didn't catch the sound of footsteps. I looked to my left and see a flash of red, feeling something hit the back of my head and before my body hits the earth. I can hear a familiar voice calling my name from deep in the woods. I had no idea where I'd wind up. So, into chapter 4. Alex clearly tricked him, fell into a bunch of thorn bushes, and knocked him out. Who knows where she's getting the strength, what being she has turned into. Alright, chapter 5. I groaned in confusion, my head throbbing and pulsing with a searing pain, my eyes going in and out of consciousness, seeing only clashing colors of black, brown, and red. I couldn't make out anything that was in front of me. It was also blurry and incomprehensible. I attempted to move my arms, but they wouldn't, and neither would my legs. A warmth embraced me, along with a pungent odor of dirt and brush. My eyes finally made sense of reality, and I saw Alexandria hugging me warmly. She was asleep, and I didn't want to wake her. Who knew what she would do to me while I was out? Who knew what she did to me while I was out? Take a deep breath to calm my nerves, and take in my surroundings. I appeared to be on the inside of an old wooden shack. I could see the door to my right. Dusty, old, and broken windows were boarded up with rotted wood. My hands were bound to a rusty metal pipe that stuck out of the ground and went through the ceiling. Then I looked to my left and saw something that haunted me. A shrine to me. She had made a shrine to my likeness. Oh my god. I mumbled in a shaky voice. I tried shaking myself free, but that only brought back the pain in my back and groaned as it coursed through my body. I felt Alexandria's hand rub my chest. I didn't even realize she had taken my shirt off. I looked back to the twisted dedication of me and saw it lying among the memorabilia. How could I get out of here? Keeping my voice at the lowest possible volume. Using my bound hands, I feel around the pipe for any possible sharp edge or crack in it. Alexander began to stir from the emotion in my arms. Stir from the motion my arms caused and stopped for a brief second. I found a sharp edge along the pipe, so I began to saw through the rope. Unfortunately, Alexandria woke up and I stopped moving my arms. She looked up at me with an eerie, possessive smile. "Hello, darling." Her dirty hand cut my cheek and she slowly dragged her mud-covered fingers across my lips. It took all I had not to recoil and spit in her face. "I missed you so much." She kissed my neck. I winced and gritted my teeth. Someone, please help me. I thought over in my mind, "Alex, listen, not that I don't appreciate the affection, but I'm hungry," I said. I needed her distracted so I can get loose and call for help. My eyes widened once the word echoed on my mind. Sullivan and Ella should still be looking for me, along with the cops. "I promise, if you give me something to eat, I'll never leave you," I lied to her. Her green eyes seemed to hold hope, but this only made her move closer. "You can wait." She started groping and touching me. I squirmed at her advances, my body aching in pain with every movement I made. I refused to be subject to this mad woman's carnal desires. "Alex, stop.
Yeah.
Please," I begged, but she didn't. I put my right foot against her belly and kicked her off me. "I said to fucking stop!" I shouted. We're back at the wooden wall and the small shack vibrated from the impact. She slumped over and looked at me with a heartbroken gaze. She opened her mouth to say something, but she was interrupted by shouting in the distance. "Ivan, where are you?" That was Sullivan's voice. "I'm over here! For God's sakes, help me!" I yelled back. Looked over at Alexandria to see her knocking over the candles of the shrine. Ivan is mine, and mine alone. The wooden shack began to burn, the red blaze already spreading. I need to get some water. Please excuse me for real quick. Okay, that's better. Alright, where was I? I lost my place. The wooden shack began to burn, the red blazing already spreading. She turned her green eyes to me and walked over, kneeling beside me. She put her arms around me and with a quiet voice spoke. "I love you, Ivan.
love you so much it hurts, she whispered. Alex, get me out of here, I yelled. I was so panicked by the frenzy of flames and the rising heat. I forgot about the sharp edge on the pipe. Smoke started to form and penetrate our lungs. Both of us began to cough, but she refused to move or get off me. I was going to die, burning alive. I squirmed and fought, but I couldn't get free. The shack creaked and groaned. The red blaze of fire spread and began to burn my skin. Everything went black as the roof collapsed on top of us. The last thing my ears heard was Sullivan yelling my name among the roar of flames. In the empty black space that occupied my mind, I heard a subtle beeping and voices that were unfamiliar to me. I felt things stick into me and what felt like hands digging into my chest, but no pain came from it. All that accompanied my consciousness was darkness and incandescent voices. Everything was silent. When I finally awoke from my unconsciousness, laying in a hospital bed, hooked up to tubes and a breathing mask, my body was aching and burning from pain that had no doubt been mumbled from painkillers. But it still hurt. My body was covered in burns and my chest was pulsing with pain. I examined my chest to see it wrapped up in gauze, a heart monitor beeping in my left ear. A few minutes later, my doctor came in. He seemed glad I was finally awake. Mr. Reese, I'm glad you're awake. Can you understand me? He asked. I nodded. I wanted to speak, but my vocal cords didn't comply. Good. Your friends told me what happened, and I'm very sorry you had to go through all that, he said with a sad tone, but continued. Honestly, didn't think you'd live with the burns and the damage to your heart, he explained. My heart? I wheezed out. Yes, unfortunately, the girl who kidnapped you didn't make it. As this so happened, her heart was perfect for your replacement, he stated. My eyes widened, and I began to cry, knowing that she would be a part of my life for eternity. And that was Obsession. That was my first ever story. The end, I don't want to just kind of like, I don't want to pat myself on the back. I don't want to like, yeah, this was good. I did pretty good here. I don't like that. I don't want to do that. So I want you all to just tell me what you thought of my story in the comments. Please be honest, be brutal. Tell me it sucked. Tell me you liked it. I don't care. I just want to hear your opinions on it. So, well, thanks again for listening to my story, and I cannot wait to read everyone's submissions that they've suggested to me, and the subscribers and the very kind support y'all have given me just from that single post. I really do appreciate it. Y'all are amazing, and I want to thank. What is this? A speech? It's just because of Hunter and Isaiah we all get to do this, right? I'm so thankful to those guys. They're so cool. Creepcast, we all do, and I'm glad horror stories, like goofy, bad, mid, any kind of horror story, just kind of can get a lot of people together and just talk about the scary stuff anyone can write. So, all right, I think I've rambled on long enough. It's late. I need to go to work. Or not work, but I need to go to bed so I can get ready for work in the morning. So, again, thank you all so much. And you all have a Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Wow. You still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
Wow. What a magnus opus. What a journey.
Yeah. It's wild.
I want to start, we'll just get into it. I want to start with the question. Did she tie him up in the shack at the end? Did she? Okay. Because I might have just missed that. I don't know. Maybe, maybe I tuned out for a second. I don't know. I do think I missed that because I was like, I get it that he's hurt from the thorns and his foot is hurt. But then also I was like, if he can kick her off, then he can presumably run away. So I had a question about that real quick, but
no, he was tied up. Yeah.
So really quick, I want to say very good first attempt. You can clown on it all you want, or you can be humble, and you seem like a humble guy just to begin with, so I totally understand that you are that you have a lot that you don't like about it, but I do want you to cut yourself a little bit of slack because it's good. It has a lot working well for it. It has a lot going for it, and the cringy, funny elements, like they don't. They only add to the story. They only add to the charm and the whatever. So I don't want you to be too hard on yourself. You know what I mean?
I think it's just because of just the feedback. I wasn't sure about the feedback from the story. Which is
Yeah.
why I didn't, share it all so long ago.
Yeah, for sure. No, I get that. I hear you. So here, really quick, I guess we'll just kind of start with part 1 and then we'll go into part 2. So yeah, first of all, I think like I get the whole wanting to do different perspective things, and I like here's the deal. I don't think you're gonna edit this story or rewrite this story, but who knows, maybe you might in the future, or just in this channel, in my channel at least, I try to give people advice as if they were going to rewrite it. So, I'm going to do that for you. And if you can't use it directly, hopefully you can use it in a future story, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no,
For sure.
But I don't have any plans of rewriting it or remaking it.
No, and that's fine. I think it's beautiful the way it is. I think it's great, it's a great cringy, funny work of art the way it is, So, but yeah, what I was gonna say is, first off, as far as the perspective switch parts, I think like I get why you wanted to do that, and I feel like a lot of people, when they're first writing, can kind of bite off more they can chew, and they're like, I'm gonna write this cool like Reservoir Dogs-esque story where it changes perspectives and is all like at a time, or maybe the time plot, the plot isn't linear, and respect to people who try that, but I do have to say that, like, for your first story, keep it simple. Yeah. Don't do that. I do think the perspective switch, like if you just had it be Alexandria is all of part 1, it's all from her perspective, and then part 2 is all from Ivan's, I do think that works, and I do think that is fun, and clearly you kind of realize that, as you went into part 2, and that's, that just goes to show, is like you even mentioned in the video, that your story, your writing even got better over the course of the story, right? So that's cool, and I definitely saw that, and I definitely, I definitely sense that. Now I have a few, I don't know if you want to call them funny questions or whatever, but do you have any trauma related to redheads, or do you hate redheads? Are you a redhead yourself? I can't really tell. No, okay.
I have a bit of red in my
right.
hair.
Yeah, that's kind of...
It's not very noticeable.
Right, that's kind of what I thought.
There's nothing I don't like about redheads. It's just a character I made for the story.
Right.
Like I said, it doesn't really go
and
deep.
It works.
I
just didn't know, maybe there was something there. There's the joke, like, gingers don't have souls, and from South Park and all that stuff. So I was like, maybe he's just maybe he has a past trauma with redheads in his life or something,
That is not the case. It was
okay.
The character I made.
Right. No, and that's fine, and it works very well. Like, I like the idea of the red hair like whipping through the forest and people kind of seeing it. Like, that part was fun, when they talk about it, like her, I mean, it's obviously not her ghost, but when they talk about her as like a phantom that like haunts the town, kind of, I thought that actually worked, and it made sense, because I was like, you would be able to see bright red hair in the forest, like that would stand out. You know what I mean? And then kind of it's just the same exact question, but with green eyes. Do you have green eyes? Do you hate people with green eyes?
I do not.
Okay. Yeah, go.
I have hazel eyes. I don't know where the fear of green eyes came from.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, clearly, and this kind of gets into, I guess, one of the main parts that I liked about part one, but I did the reason I ask you this is because it was very specific, but it worked for the story, and I think it worked as a like representation of Ivan's trauma and the fact that he has green eyes, but he doesn't. He wears the contacts, you know, he doesn't want to accept his eyes because they remind him of his mom. You know, he's got mommy issues and that right, major mommy issues, and that you know, is represented in a pretty, I think, like obvious but pretty interesting way. You know, clearly, like whatever, the whole story is heavy-handed to a certain extent. So you know, I think. I don't think we really, I think we can just kind of, I don't think we need to worry about like being like, well, I think it was a little heavy handed. I think we could just commend you on the fact that for your first story, you kind of had this physical representation of his trauma that he carried around with him in terms of the eyes, right? And and having his mother's eyes and not liking seeing that in the mirror, and kind of how. And what I kind of liked about that is it kind of evolves in the second part to how he kind of has an obsession. It maybe not a love obsession, but a different type of obsession about Alex and like his mother and why people do things like that, you know. And and I thought that was, you know, clever, and I liked that like character evolution for Ivan. I thought that was cool. I also think that it was cool to have the kind of gender swapped of like the mom is the abuser and the dad was like murdered. Yeah, if I was going to write a story that had any like domestic abuse scene in that, I probably would have just done the man is the domestic abuser, you know, whatever. But it made sense for this story because it is a girl who ends up being the murderer or whatever. So I just have to say that I liked that. That to me was like, it was a little bit different. It was fun. Some domestic abuse stories that I've like read or looked at or what, they're just very like, this man was evil and I knew he was evil and, you know, whatever. So I just liked that it was different in that way. You know, some people might be like, oh, it's, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know if linear is the right word, but it's kind of, it's not nuanced, I guess, or unnuanced, but I don't think it has to be. Again, it's, you know, it's a horror story. It's creepypasta. It's fine, you know? And so, yeah, I liked that. Just a note, and this is, again, one of the things that I want to bring up as the charming element of it, but it is kind of the funniness of the new writer. You could tell is like there's at least two backslaps when the guys are talking to each other.
Yeah.
And I don't slap my friends' backs that much. I know friends do that. Like I know guys, boys will be boys. They do that type of stuff. But I just found it kind of funny because I was like, oh, there's two backslaps in it, and it's just something that I was like, maybe to some people this is realistic, but to me, I was kind of just like, to have two backslaps in a story like this, whatever. It's just something I noticed. I don't know, and to me, it just made me grin to myself to be like, that's how a newer writer, they write men. They're gonna have a backslap, you know. I don't know, and so it just, yeah.
The backslap actually comes from my dad.
Okay.
Like whenever we talk and stuff, he just be like, "All right, love you, buddy," and he just slapped my back.
Right.
Walk off.
Right. Okay. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Nice. Okay. Hell yeah. So, well, then, you know, all the more reason why you have a reason to put it in the story. For me, it was something that like I felt like a lot of people would put that in a story, being like, this ad. Yeah. Excuse you. No, I'm kidding.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. a lot of people would be like, this adds authenticity to the interaction, to the dialogue, right? The fact that I added a backslap to it. I feel like there's a lot of writers that might, like newer writers that might put that in a story. But I like that you have an example to turn to that you're like, well, this actually happens to me in my life, and so that's why I put it in. That's cool. Respect then. So yeah, go ahead. Say.
So going back to the eyes, I
Yeah.
think that I don't know if this is true, but I think it comes from my fear of tryptophobia, or a thing with like many holes or eyes around its body unnaturally. It
Okay.
always creeped me out. So
Right.
I wonder if that's where that stems from. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Okay. Fair enough.
Mhm.
I could see how that could be like, just yeah, so tryptophobia is a fear of small holes?
Yeah,
Or
like
is it
many holes or something like
okay?
that.
Or I was like, is it a fear of like the small holes on your body being like your nose or your eye, like anything going into it? I was kind
I
of
mean, natural's fine. It's just when it's like in unnatural places and there's a ton of it. You know what I
right.
mean?
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
hmm
yeah. Interesting because I do think I think maybe that like I could see how that was part of the inspiration to it.
hmm
I guess maybe if you had a scene where like Ivan was like, I don't know, like thinking about these whole, like, I don't know, thinking about gouging out his eyes or something like that, maybe it would come across more if you wanted it to.
I
But
wish I thought about that. That would have
yeah,
been amazing.
yeah, right, yeah, something like that. But
hmm
anyways, these are just like notes. These aren't necessarily like comments that are going to help you as a writer,
Right.
but like I like that Alex is just immediately jealous of his male friend,
Yeah.
like
hmm
cuz for a second I was like, wait, is maybe Ivan like bi and is she reading into something?
No.
But it's like, no, she just is jealous of anyone who's even in his immediate vicinity.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
again, just another charming, simple thing and again, you pointed it out, but it's like she has no reason to be this
No.
insane. And yet she just is. And I kind of feel like, and this is just like goes into more of my theory about the story. I kind of think that Alex is one of these people that it's not very well documented, but it kind of is. There are these people that like people who are fiction, like whatever storytellers in the sense that
hmm
they will just take someone else's story and tell it like their own. And we've all met kind of sociopathic people like this in our life that
Right.
that just tell you stuff where you're like, that can't possibly be true. And everyone knows that they're lying, but they're just like, whatever. And they just listen, or they don't even really listen to them. It goes in one ear and out the other. But I kind of feel like Alex, this is just my own theory, kind of might be one of these people. And the trauma that happened to her is not her trauma, but it's Ivan's trauma. And she is one of these people that's like so obsessed, so like craves an identity to the point
hmm
like so intensely that as soon as he told her about this trauma, she internalized it, made it her
Yeah.
own. Obviously, she has green eyes too, so it added
hmm
this like extra layer to it. And she, because of that, like I don't know. That was just my theory about it. Like the trauma that happened to her, it was Ivan's trauma. It wasn't even her own trauma. And
No.
that is kind of at least my theory onto why she was already fucking insane, but why she's maybe so
hmm
fucking insane.
Yeah.
Um and just on that note of the whole like people who steal stories and they steal trauma almost. They're like these trauma, like the concept of like a sin eater.
Yeah.
Have you
Yeah.
ever,
I know what you're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about.
So it's like that same thing, but in real life, there are these people who are like trauma eaters where they hear somebody. What it is, it's a need for attention, but they
Yeah.
essentially hear of somebody else's trauma. They see that it gets them attention, and so they're like, I'm gonna say that happened to me, and they just do that. And there's this really good documentary that it's on Peacock. I don't know if you have Peacock or whatever, but it's called Anatomy. It's called Anatomy of Lies, and it's 100% true story about a woman who was a writer for Grey's Anatomy. She was a TV writer for many years, and she kind of moved up in Grey's Anatomy and like became one of the like, oh, she's so amazing, she's such a great writer. And what she really was one of these crazy trauma eater type people who fucking who she faked cancer, she faked like all this horrible shit. She faked an SA encounter, like not with the police, but she just said that like basically one of the other writers on the show like mentioned something to her. It was about, oh, I'm actually the child of a sexual assault or something like that. And so then the girl internalizes that, and then they put that into a Grey's Anatomy episode. So anyways, I say all this to say, and to get back to your story, that it legitimately reminded me of, I think her name's like Emily something, but the documentary is called Anatomy of Lies. It's absolutely fascinating. It's really kind of scary and heartbreaking because she was kind of like a stalker-esque with people when, like, even how she got on Grey's Anatomy, the show, was like very stalker-esque, like emailing people constantly being like, I want to write. And she had written for some TV before, but she was just fucking crazy. She very, very crazy and very reminiscent of Alex in your story. And that's what I like about the character of Alex, is that she's one of these people that like nothing bad ever happened to her, or nothing bad ever happened to her, nothing good or bad ever happened to her that was really significant. And so she just had to make bad things happen to her. You know what I mean? And that I find really interesting as like a character for a villain in a horror story, you know, where the reason they're doing all this horrible shit is because you know, they want horrible shit to befall them or be associated with them in some way, so then they can get attention from it. I think that's, you know, maybe that wasn't fully where you were going with it when you first started writing it, but that's where I feel like it ended up, and it's actually a really interesting villain. So I just have to say that, like, I really like that, and I think that's a cool, as much as she's like simple and just a stalker for no reason, I do think that there's something there in terms of that type of a villain, you know, is very interesting. At least it was for me. It's kind of what kept my attention throughout the story, was like, you know, just wondering why she's so crazy, but then at the same time knowing that there's not a reason, and that in itself is frightening, you know, that some people are just fucking crazy and they don't have a good reason and they just do bad, crazy shit is, you know, very terrifying, you know? So, yeah, go ahead.
How I wrote was that, you know, if you paid attention, I'm sure you did, but it was her insecurities. That's
right.
That's was my inspiration for it.
Yeah, right. And no, and I got that from like the very first kind of part about how she's like not confident, and she's like, she's very, the one friend is like, have you seen whatever? And she's like, she's so much prettier than me. Kayla is her name. Yeah, right. No, I totally picked up on that. And right, and it is obviously a very insecure person who would, I mean, really stalk anyone. Think about even like a small whatever, I don't know what the term is, but not a stalker who even like kills people, but just somebody who stalks someone at all. It's like you have to be so obsessed and so insecure about yourself to where instead of just going up and talking to this person that you're interested in or whatever, you did, which is funny because she did do that. She did go up and talk to him and then immediately was like, we're in love and dating. But then even still, it wasn't enough, right? It was never enough. Yeah. So
It was never going to be enough.
Yeah, it was never. Even if Ivan had married her and whatever, I think it still would have ended in tragedy.
Right.
Yeah, and that's very fun. I just loved that she didn't even think about it. She just smothered Kayla. I thought like that part definitely made me crack up laughing. Where she's just like. Am I being too she has that one line where she's like, am I being too ridiculous? Does she really want Ivan? And then she's just like, no, she can't have him. And then immediately goes to the smile. And I just love that like one line of trepidation and then immediately into it. Again, very, very anime, very like
you
the
turn the inspiration.
the turn from normal to like evil is like flipping a coin. It's so fast, that it happens. And very goofy, but very, very like, again, endearing and just funny. And I like that. I also had a bear trap that didn't go off, but I'll just tell you is I thought for sure that line where you had about the cop being kind of cute and you're like, why did I write that? The story didn't need that. And I thought, oh, well, surely he's setting up like Ivan's going to be dating this female cop in the future of the story. And so that's why he said that. But no, it didn't happen. But to me, I was like, oh, he's being hard on himself. Like, surely this character will come back because you like introduced the name of the officers too. So I was like, surely they'll be in it again, but no, they weren't. And again, it's just funny. It's just funny that like you took the time to be like, I'm officer, what a blah, blah, blah. And I'm kind of cute. And then,
never again.
Maybe in your younger like writer mind, maybe you were just trying to set up that like, well, see, here's a female cop, like not all like, there are good women out there, or something like maybe that was just what you were thinking. I don't know, but it was very funny. And then I loved when the thumbnail changed just as like an editing note in your video to the black and white was very funny and it looked very creepy. And I was just like, I just liked it. I did not think like just something as simple as a drawn image just going black and white could make me crack up that hard, but it really got me. So I just have to say shout out to that. That was good.
I'm glad it made you laugh.
Yeah. Here, let me see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I have. Oh, for part one, this, you've mentioned it, but like, the chapters were too short, obviously, or they would just end at the weird times where it's like, just keep it one chapter. You obviously, I think, know that. I just think that, maybe you were trying to set it up as this more ambitious like novel or whatever. So it was like, I'll add a chapter here, and I get that as like a younger writer. I think a lot of the stuff that I've written that has chapters like that, it is like one page, new chapter, and so, I totally get that. And the other thing I was going to say is like, if you were to do this sort of mixed perspective story, like plenty of novels do this or whatever, and they just title that, it can be still chapter 2, but they just title that chapter Ivan, and then it's clear to the reader that, oh, this perspective's from Ivan. So I was just going to say, if you ever want to do that multiple perspective thing again, just put like chapter 3 Alex or chapter 4 Kayla or whoever it might be, and then you can do that, and then it's pretty clear. And then and then at that point, if you're obviously, if you do it in like the middle of a sentence or something, people are still going to be kind of confused by that. But I feel like it's just a simple way, and then it's easy for you to keep straight too as the writer, like in your head. Right. Oh, And so that's just something that I wanted to mention as a note to anyone who's writing a story with multiple perspectives is when the perspective shifts, yeah, you can just do a new chapter and title that chapter, the name of the character.
That makes it a
And
lot better than how I did it.
right. And that's the thing. And some people might be like, well, oh, I didn't think, but it's like plenty of books even have titles for their chapter. They're like chapter 7, a bridge too far or something like that, and it's got a full title. So there's no reason why you can't just title it a character's name. I've seen some books laid out where it's kind of like three separate books all into one, because it goes like chapter 1 Andrea, and then after that the very next chapter is chapter 2 or chapter 1 Mark. So even though it's the next chapter, it's like it's counting each individual's chapters as the book goes on. So there's a few different ways to do it, and I just think it's an interesting enough format, and I like multiple perspectives in a story, so I don't think you should swear off that entirely. I just think that there's like a way
there's definitely better ways
with chapter marks or whatever to just do it. So yeah, but again, it's one of those things where it's like, to me, the fact that at the beginning we're kind of thrown around and we might not, if I was just reading the story myself, I might not fully know who it is. To me, that's just kind of a little puzzle that your readers get to figure out. And that makes it kind of fun for some people though, too. So it's like, there are plenty of stories where they try to, the twist is, oh shit, it changed perspectives, and you don't realize that until a few seconds. I think one of the stories that did that pretty well on a Creepcast episode was that, like, I wrote a letter to myself and got one back or whatever. Remember that? And that did it really well, where you think it's the good version writing, and then really it turned out it was the bad version, and he trapped him in the other universe and all that stuff. So yeah, I obviously there's ways where it can be a really good twist in your story. So yeah.
Right.
Here, okay, so like on to part 2 now, and so yeah, I love the black and white. I like how he was like, maybe I could be Alex's psychiatrist, and I just wrote conflict of interest on my notepad. I was just like, nope, you cannot. You could definitely not. The person that she is insane and stalking cannot be her psychiatrist. So I don't know. I just thought that was funny.
When I wrote it, I was thinking, well, Ivan's a nice guy. Maybe he would want to figure out what's wrong with her and help her.
Yeah.
I didn't really think about go into it too deep. So
yeah, for sure. Well, and then with his past too, I do think that there's like, it makes sense that he's like, I went into psychology because I want to figure out why people snap like this and how to help them and how to prevent them from doing it. That makes total sense. So I like that as a character development for him. And then in terms of when they were in the house and the windows open up, or the windows open, I just have to say is I don't know if it made for like a better story or not, but I liked that at first they didn't believe him, that they were like, are you sure? And then no, immediately she's in the house and they see her hand. Because where I thought you were going to go with this part is this cat and mouse. Ivan's been seeing her, but then nobody else believes her. And so then that part when she was like, we haven't even seen her for a few months. And I was like, that's not that long of a time. Like, what do you mean you don't believe him? So I liked that it immediately went to like, oh no, they know that she's in the house and that shit's going down, I kind of liked that pacing choice, if you will, that it didn't turn into this, I swear she's stalking us, and then the girlfriend or what, Alice or whatever, being like, you're crazy, quit upsetting Sullivan, you know what I mean? I liked that it didn't go there. And then I think one thing that's that's cool about your story, and that maybe at least young people might not realize, is that like love can turn to hate very easily.
Oh no, it
and
can. Yeah.
and like, domestic abuse victims as well as abusers will explain, that dynamic. And if you know anything about like just the stuff that like, they do in those like groups to try to help those
Mhm.
people, it's like it's very obvious that they're two extreme emotions that for some people they can just ping pong back and forth depending on the
Yeah.
hour, And so
Mhm.
I liked that the story kind of played with that. And even from Ivan's side too, like he couldn't fully just leave her in the past. He still had
No.
some sort of a parasitic like attachment. He knew that she was bad
Mhm.
for him, but he still, so I kind of liked that victim mentality that sort of that he
Yeah.
had. I thought was very, very interesting and fun. And yeah, definitely elevated the story. I think, had he just been like, no, that B word's crazy, I'm not, and then she just
Mhm.
pops up and tries to kill him, I would have been like, all right, well, yeah. Again, still kind of funny, but like not that interesting
But
of a character development. So I really I liked your characters. I have to say, like after going through
thanks.
the story, yeah, I thought that obviously Alex is a good villain for reasons that I've stated,
Mhm.
and I think that Ivan too had some depth to him as well. So that made it really fun. Um, let's
Thank you.
see what.
I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
for
I really
sure,
do.
for sure. So yeah, I got a few other notes. The stalker.
Yeah.
So the stalker nest. I think that part was very creepy, uh, but I almost wonder if it would have been better rather than having the thorns and like that whole little thing walking through the forest. I almost wonder if it would have been better if he like walked into the woods, immediately got clumped on the head
Okay.
by Alex, and then just woke up in the stalker's nest, because then that really is kind of the finale. Well,
It
it's the
is.
it's the
Mhm.
first finale. um and I really like I think you could have spent a little bit more time like just getting into the creepiness a little bit more, letting the creepiness kind of breathe, because I think you were so focused on maybe just getting the plot out of the story that there were certain times
Yeah.
where you could have let the tension breathe a little bit more, and as she has this creepy statue amalgamation of him in the thing, you could let that horror breathe a little bit more. But
Mhm.
again, that was just a thought that I had.
Okay.
Um, and
All
then
right. I see where you're going with it.
like just again another little charming note about the writing. It's like Ivan, when he's waking up in the hospital, he's like he's like, the doctor seemed glad I was awake, and then the doctor's like, I'm glad you're awake.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
know.
just those two lines back to back are very it's just, I forget what it's called, but it's like
Redundant.
yeah, it's redundant. It's like
Mhm.
there's a word that's called like a tautology, I think, but
Okay.
it's when people literally say like, the same thing twice, just in
Mhm.
just in two different ways or what. Yeah, and it is just redundant is a better word,
It is.
easier word to remember. Um, and so like I guess my thing is, you could have a lot more redundant lines like that and they become really
Mhm.
funny, but
Right. Right.
when you only pepper in like one or two, like with the back slaps or with that sort of thing, to me I was just
Yeah.
like it jumped out, and not really in like a, oh, this is really bad way, but I was just like, this is something you would have changed on a second draft,
Yeah.
an editor would tell you like, hey, you might want to change this, but again, I liked it, and it just made me laugh, and it was a lot of fun. So, and that's I guess the main note about the whole story is just that it was a lot of fun. I want to know if you have any more questions though, or anything else to say about it.
Honestly, what am I gonna put here? I lost my train of thought. Gosh darn it.
Oh, you're good. No worries. I was like, if you come back, just if it comes back, just tell me.
I honestly can't think of anything right now.
Okay.
So
well, that's good, man. I mean, you already made a video, so you already assumedly said everything you kind of have to say about it. So I'm not surprised that you didn't have more. Some people, after I read their stuff, they're like, what did you think of this part? Or what did you think of that? And we already spoke about some stuff. Like, I love the whole insane asylum bit where she's really like, goofy. I'm going to go hide out in an insane asylum, that part I think is amazing. And that, if I was your editor, I would be like, don't change that. Because that makes the story, that takes the story from just being like an average whatever creepypasta to it just makes it that much more ridiculous and funny, and elevates it into that sort of like cringe lord anime dialogue.
That's what I'm talking about.
and that's fine, that's good. That makes it a lot of fun. So yeah, here I'm gonna go. Sorry, I had you on full screen so we could see you here. No, it doesn't look like we have any more chats. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything, but
everything seems fine.
But yeah, hell yeah. Well, one thing I want to say is everybody subscribe to Braindead, and check out, he makes edited videos where he narrates, he reads story, does a little bit of commentary. I think your main goal is to just kind of read the story and get it out there. But it's an awesome channel, and you're an awesome dude, and I've had a blast chatting with you, and listening to the story. I hope after this, if it didn't help you so much with this story, because I don't think we really want to edit this story and stuff like you said, I hope this has been helpful, at least just as a writer, and I hope you're still inspired to be creative, I guess, is my message to you, because clearly you're a creative guy, and you had a lot of interesting stuff in that story. And sorry, I completely forgot because I didn't write it down, but I think that's a great ending. He gets her heart. He has her heart. So now he hates. So I think if you do ever have a future of this story, it's like pure body horror, and he ends up tearing out both his eyes and his heart because he can't. It's like a telltale heart situation, but on himself, I can't help but to think of sequels to stories. It's just the way that my brain works. I'm not saying that you should spend the time and write it, but I'm saying that if we had a part 3 or a whatever in the future, I do think that that's where it's all takes place within Ivan's own mind, and it's about him coming to terms with just his own trauma, and the trauma that was like stolen from him and redistributed to him, kind of a thing. I think would be cool. So yeah, anyways,
I might write a part 3 or an epilogue to it. So
that's
an idea.
Yeah, it's something. It's something to toy around with, right? I like to just spitball some ideas for authors, and you could do with it what you will, but I certainly had a blast with it. And then I mean, just from like the asylum to the creepy stalker, I called it the stalker nest at the end.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and just stuff like that. It's like, as far as like a horror, like a lot of horror stories have like one creepy part, one creepy setting. They have a cemetery or a log cabin, say. And this, what I really liked is despite it being a fairly long story. It wasn't super duper short, but it had like a multiple. We got the insane asylum fight and capture of, or almost capture of, Alex, and then we get she's breaking into the house, and then we get the creepy woods, and then we get the stalker, and I'm just like that. I think so. I think some people take too much time and they write a really long story, or a story that's just as long as this, but only builds up to that one thing. And then that's all you get. So as a reader, I felt like I was eating good, or as a listener, at least, I was eating good. Shit was happening. That's what I tell people. I'm like, I get simplicity and whatever, but I also think that in stories, things are meant to happen. And when you spend so much time trying to describe the eccentricities of like human behavior or whatever, I'm like, but not enough's happening, And so I appreciate that your story did that. Again, it might have been anime-esque, but that's fine. That's cool. That's dope, my man. So
I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate all the commentary and the what's the word I'm looking for? Opinion. Yeah, your opinions on it. So
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, of course, and like I said, I plan to read one of your stories in the future. This isn't going to be the only thing that I'll touch on.
Right.
I always like to read multiple stories from authors, and yeah, I look forward to it. I look forward to chatting more with you in the future. I hope that I hope we can do this again in some capacity.
Oh yeah, definitely.
For sure. Okay. Well,
Appreciate it.
hell yeah. Well, I'm gonna put a bow on this part of the stream on your story. And we're gonna move on. I'm gonna move on to a story called Secret Santa, which is from Possible Display 891. And I don't know if you wanted to hang around and listen to me read the story and chat about it, we can, or if you want to end the call and then totally up to you, man.
I'll stick around for this next story.
Okay.
I got some time left. And
Okay.
then I'll be going to bed. So.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. No, I was like, I figured you wouldn't be staying up all night like me.
No.
I'm used to going to bed at 7:00 in the morning, if not later. So that's why I typically start. If I do stream at night, I typically start at around like 10:00
Right.
or whatever. But yeah, let me see how long, because if it is too long of a story, it seems like they're not thick ass paragraphs. There is a bit of scrolling, so I don't know if you want to like pull it up on your computer here, and you could even read part of it if you want to like read some of it. We could popcorn read it. I don't know, or if you just want to listen to me, that's fine. Okay, hell yeah. So it's it's Secret Santa from Possible Display here. I'll send you, and it's on Tales from the Creep, but I'll send you a link right now on Discord.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Because my phone is about to die.
Oh, yeah. We don't want.
Hold on. All right, I see the link.
Cool. But yeah, this is from here, I'll just introduce it a little bit. This is from Possible Display 891. We read on my last stream, I'm an underground doctor at Mr. J's workshop part 1, which I have.
I remember that one.
Yeah, cool. I have part 2 slated for the end of this stream. If I can get to it. That'll be the last story I cover on this stream, or maybe the first on the next stream. We'll see. But because of the holidays and everything, I saw that they had a story called Secret Santa. It says it's psychological horror, so I was like, perfect. Okay. I wanted at least one story that was Christmas themed, so here we go.
So,
yeah.
How should we do this? Are you gonna read the paragraphs? Am I gonna voice act, or should I read and you'll voice act? I
Um,
don't.
I was like, we could certainly do it that way. Or I was just gonna say, I can read for a spell. Like the paragraphs are pretty short, so I was gonna say, just until we feel like we want to switch, and then I'll just say
Okay.
popcorn, and then you can read. Unless you prefer, like, do you prefer voice acting? Do you like that?
I actually do enjoy voice acting.
Okay, you
So,
do. Okay, so fair enough. So how about this? Because I enjoy voice acting too. But I
okay.
I will I will read. You can do all the dialogue. You can voice act. But then maybe if I'm ever in one of the videos on your stream, then maybe I can voice act for that video or on your channel. I mean,
Sounds good. Yeah, sounds fine.
if you ever want to do that. I'm not saying
Hmm.
we will do that for sure. I'm just saying
Yeah.
you can do the voice acting this time, and then in the future maybe I can give it a shot. Cause yeah, another reason why I started this channel and stuff is just because I have always really enjoyed like doing accents or trying to do accents.
Hmm.
It's just one thing that
Yeah.
like I'll find myself going down a TikTok rabbit hole where it's like North Nova Scotian accent and the guy sounds like super Irish and I'm just listening to him talk for like
Hmm.
20 minutes because I just find it so fascinating. So yeah, that's one of maybe the reasons why I like reading people's stories is because it gives me a chance to kind of mess around and flex my acting muscle and try to do a different accent. So it's fun, and so
Right.
I
Yeah.
get why you like it too. I assume you
Hmm.
like it for similar reasons.
I
Um,
do.
cool, hell yeah. Well, here I mean I hope there's let's even see if there's. I mean, it says from Santa. Is there a lot of dialogue in this? I'm not seeing much quotations. Are you seeing?
Let me.
Or maybe they're not in quotes.
I mean, I've seen a couple quotes, not a
Okay.
lot.
I was like, yeah. Well, if at any point it seems like, oh, you should read this part in the voice you're doing, then we'll do that. We'll switch off. But
Okay.
all right, Secret Santa, and just so the viewers know, I'm not going to play any music because we have a Discord call, and it would just make it too complicated. So, um,
Right. Right.
yeah, Secret Santa. My mother never let us believe in Santa. Well, that's sad. Just
That
off
is
the
very
bat,
sad.
that's sad.
Just right
um,
out of the gate.
yeah, right out of the gate, that's a little evil. Sorry, I was just taking a drink. But so
Yeah, I was.
do we think solely then? Do we think that this person, because it's the title, all we have is the title in that first sentence. Do we think that this person is going to be selected as like a secret Santa for somebody like at their work, and then because their mother never let them believe in Santa, they're going to like take it way overboard? Or do you think that they're going to like they resent the idea of Santa because they didn't get to have it as a child, and so they're going to like torture this person maybe?
Maybe.
What do we
Well,
think?
here's my
Yeah.
bear trap.
Yeah.
I think what'll happen is that she'll see that other people believe in Santa and got to do it, and she couldn't do it. So
Okay.
why did they have the right to do it? And then something's gonna happen during that.
Right.
If you,
Okay. Yeah, I get you. That's a good one. I like that. Okay.
hmm.
Very good. Very fun. Okay. So here, back to the start. My mother never let us believe in Santa. As long as I have known her, she has been the strict religious type, not in the shove it down your throat kind of way, just a big fan of rules. The only thing she wanted me to believe was the truth. Even pastors deserve scrutiny. I remember on one occasion after a sermon, she confronted our pastor on his anti evolutionist stance. Between tea sips and stuffing her face with shortbread, she criticized him in front of the eavesdropping congregation. She started quoting some plan, plat,
Platinga?
Platinga
Never
guy.
heard of that.
I assume he's a evolutionary scientist of some sort, but maybe I'm wrong. Some Platinga
No idea.
guy, and listed off a bunch of science stuff I didn't understand at that age. It wasn't long before his mouth was stuffed with biscuits too. Any excuse to avoid speaking to my mother.
Oh, sorry, I can't talk to you right now. Oh man.
Since she didn't want us worshiping, I'll let you.
Oh,
Yeah.
false idols. So Santa was no good in our house. Last I checked, I was never praying to Santa. Though I suppose I can't fault her for sticking to her principles.
Okay. So
That was
yeah.
always bummed out. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, I was gonna say if you want, we can just completely switch. Or I
Okay.
see there was a beginning. It wasn't a quotation mark, but there was a beginning of a of a thing
Yeah,
there
I
that
mean,
made me think. I thought it was gonna be the mom's voice where it's like false idols. I
yeah,
don't
no,
know.
I got
So,
it.
okay.
False idols.
Yeah. She's like, yeah, you shouldn't be worshiping false idols. Santa's a pagan. Blah blah blah. um,
But he wasn't. He was a saint. He was a lovely
no, yeah,
person.
there's definitely a religious base for Christmas. I think you have to have a
Oh
very like puritanical framework that
yeah.
you grew up in, like almost cult-esque, where you have to believe like Santa's not okay, or like I forget what it was. Something There was some like movie or something where like somebody was on a cross, but it wasn't like they were being like tortured. It wasn't like a full crucifixion. They were just whatever up on a cross. And I remember somebody being like, my mom won't let me watch it because she says they're not, that only Jesus died on the cross or something like that as a
That is
kid. And I was like, yeah,
not even right.
that's stupid. And I'm like, yeah, he definitely, like, he had people in the Bible, he had people next to
Yeah.
him on the cross. So
Yeah.
I just remember being like, what? But okay,
Wasn't even the first to be crucified. There was
no,
tons
hell
of
no.
people that were.
Yeah, wasn't the first and wasn't the last. But anyways,
Oh
okay.
boy.
Yeah, so dad was always bummed out about it. Every year my grandparents would ask me what I asked Santa for. Then he reminded them with a solemn look Santa wouldn't be visiting. However, avoiding talking to my mother was a sentiment he shared with the pastor. So, no Santa it was. But
And the pastor just completely ignoring the mom. It's kind
yeah,
of comical.
yeah, the pastor and the dad, like any man in her life, is like, God, she's annoying. I think this is a typo here, but it says little me knew he was real. Little we knew he was real. Okay, so Santa's real in this, at least,
Heck yeah.
at least in
Watch
this
it be
story.
Krampus.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or is it something else? Um, each year he'd leave me gifts at the foot of my door. I often wondered if Santa was blind or if his elves were overworked due to the crude wrapping. Some years there weren't even Some years they weren't even in bags or paper. They'd just be tied with a cheap bow, nothing else.
That's
Um,
lazy.
yeah. So you can read now if you
All
want
right.
to. I'm gonna go. I'm
Okay.
gonna grab my phone real quick. 1 second. But you can
Okay.
read. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. They always had a funny smell as well. Not bad, just funny. It reminds me of when my dad didn't shower for a week one summer due to water shortage, like in that state of almost putrid, but not quite yet. The first present I got was when I was 4. I'd begged my parents all year for a Claudine Monster High doll. In an attempt to avoid crying toddler on Christmas Day, they made it a crystal clear that they just couldn't afford one. We got our dog Misty the year before, and that damn terrier could eat for 5 families. The appetite of hers was eating into our funds as much as their dog bowl. Parents did promise they'd try to find the next best thing, though. I loved Misty too much to hold it against her. All her antics were far more entertaining than a doll. The bizarre little rescue used to work for the police, not the typical breed they'd use, but she had a great sniffer. In typical Misty fashion, however, her stomach led her more than her nose, and she ate more evidence than she provided, so her handler sadly had to give her up. Ever the greedy mutt, she somehow figured out how to open doors. Anytime I found her inside the cupboards, she'd just be sniffing around, but all the missing food around the house was evidence of her crimes. Before she was a year old, we started discovering large parts of our groceries had vanished without a trace. Once we realized who the culprit was, we started panicking, since the plastic wrapping was gone too. The vet found no plastic contents in her stomach, so Misty must have been burying the packaging somewhere else. Uh-oh. That is not Misty.
I was like,
Something else
yeah.
is
So
thinking.
there's something live. At first, I was gonna be like, oh, the dad is leaving presents, right, for the
Mhm.
kid. But then now I'm thinking that there's like an elf or something living in the house.
Oh,
If
yeah.
not a creepy elf, then just, or maybe the dad has like a second wife, or like a hidden kid like Sloth in the Goonies that they
Ooh.
keep in the basement, like something weird like that. Because
Yeah, creepy.
the dad
Like a
obviously,
troll, yeah.
yeah, exactly. And the dad, a Christmas troll, and the dad obviously hates his wife. It says he doesn't talk to her. So
Mhm.
I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, interesting. Anyways, all right, keep going.
Alright. Okay. We started locking the cabinets. It didn't kick up a fuss about my Christmas dreams being spoiled, but it was a letdown. All the kids in my neighborhood would delight in telling me the list they'd give Santa. I'd always make sure to remind them Santa wasn't real. To my annoyance, I had the power of the majority to decide I was wrong. Every year they got what they want on the every year they got whatever they want, whatever was on the Santa list. I remember thinking it'd be great if this Santa guy could replace my parents, just for Christmas, of course. Then I'd get all the toys I wanted. To my surprise, on Christmas morning, a cardboard box laid at my feet. If I'd been moving faster, I would have kicked it down the hallway. Fortunately, I spotted it due to its bold red writing that read, "From Santa." I was confused. Santa wasn't real. Was Dad playing a practical joke on me? I'd woken up before my parents, so I took the opportunity to uncover the mystery alone in my room. I shook the box to guess what was inside, just a little though. I feared it'd be fragile. I didn't know why, but I was nervous. I really wanted to know if this Santa guy was worth the hype, or if maybe this was some strange test from Mother to see if I'd been listening to her. The big red guy certainly didn't seem to deserve the praise from the sight of the box. Other than the writing, there was just a pathetic bow tied with string. I didn't need scissors to open it up either. It was so poorly taped, the sides weren't even stuck together. Inside the sticky plastic shot up to the ceiling. The box itself was torn up, as if someone had opened it just to seal it again. I was still careful ripping it open. My parents' room was right next door, and I didn't want them to hear. What I found inside was nothing short of a miracle. It was the exact doll I had begged my parents for. She was a bit rough around the edges. Her hair was in knots. One in particular was molded together with some sticky substance I couldn't identify. Gross. Her clothes were clearly from another doll. They barely fit and didn't match her color palette. The painting adorned her lip was scratched off and her joints were stiff. But it was her. I was ecstatic. I could fix all her quirks. No bother. I repaint, some conditioner, and then boom, perfect. Okay, there is definitely some kind of twisted thing in this house that's listening to her, but it doesn't quite understand what it needs to make what she wants. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, for sure. Well, and I'm wondering. So, like, part of me was like, oh yeah, it's because it says it was the right doll, right? It's just
Mm-hmm.
not. It's just all beat up, like it found it in the trash or something.
Yeah,
So
it had like mismatching parts, like
part of me would
and
almost wonder if, like, part of me almost thought, like, is this a Toy Story situation where is there a toy that's like alive or something, like, some inanimate object in the house that has been listening to her and then is like, oh, finally I can make myself known. Like, she wants this doll, I'll make myself look like it, and then, blah, 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 and then I'll have a best friend. I don't know. It was just another thought that I had because I feel like any story with any horror story related to toys, like you always have to wonder, is this going to be a Chucky situation? You know, is the doll going to come to life? So yeah, it
The
just
toy was just, it was just made by Sid.
right. Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. Yeah, with the eyes burnt out and shit. Yeah. Yep.
Oh my God.
All right. Yeah, do you want me to go or do you want to keep reading?
Yeah, popcorn. Yeah.
Okay. Though my joy was followed promptly by confusion. Mom had always said Santa wasn't real. Maybe it was from my parents. Why wasn't it downstairs with the rest of my presents then? It couldn't have been Misty, that's for sure. I decided to keep the discovery a secret until I figured out for myself what was going on. After all, if this Santa guy was real, I had just hit a gold mine. I didn't want Mom chasing him off. When my parents woke up, they made no mention of any nighttime visitors. We just went to the living room as per routine and one by one unwrapped our presents. So they do celebrate Christmas then,
They do.
right? Okay.
It's just a Santa entity.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just it's not Santa, it's us, which I guess I don't know, makes the mother a little less heartless, but
Maybe.
but at the same time, like not really. But did it mention that early in the story? Like, did it say like was the dog for Christmas? Did the dog that
think
they
so.
got? Okay, because I was like maybe I just missed that. But yeah, either way, it doesn't hold a huge bearing. I was under the impression that she was like Santa's not real, and so because of that, they were like. You don't deserve any presents kind of a thing. It was just purely, but it sounds like that wasn't the case. So I guess, I guess maybe, and maybe that'll make sense or that'll explain like whatever this, because otherwise the parents would just see this random gross ass doll that all of a sudden this kid has and be like, where did you get that? But if they're unwrapping all their presents, maybe they're just gonna assume that, oh, it's just another thing from whatever, or it's an old toy or something. Because I was under the impression that like these kids got no toys, like they had nothing. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here we go. I'll keep reading. My parents didn't get me a Monster High doll. They did get me a Barbie, however, with accessories and a doggy companion that looked just like little Misty. I got so distracted playing with the new doll, I forgot about the surprise one upstairs. If a toy was new and shiny enough, that's what I'd usually tend to do. I was a bit of an airhead as a kid. When I went back up to my room, I saw my peculiar gift poking out from under my bed. An immediate reminder. Oh, right. So it wasn't my parents. This Santa guy, or do you wanna read this?
No, I mean, you go ahead.
But so it wasn't my parents. This Santa guy must be real after all. He's way better than this Jesus guy anyway. He actually gives me stuff.
Oh no.
Here, I wanna actually hear how you would read that part.
Okay. When I went back up to my room, I saw my peculiar gift poking out from under my bed, and an immediate reminder. All right, so it wasn't my parents. This Santa guy must be real after all. He's way better than this Jesus guy anyway. He actually gives me stuff. That's so weird saying because I'm a Christian myself. So.
Yeah. It might be a little dicey. Well, sorry I made you read it, but
No, it's fine. It's all in good fun.
Yeah, it's all in good fun. I am a religious too. I'm Christian as well, but I don't go to church really or anything like that. But I know some people are like if it says Jesus Christ in a story, they're like, I don't want to read that out loud. So if there is anything that you're uncomfortable with reading, just popcorn and I'll read it.
I'll tell you.
Okay. Hell yeah. All right, cool. I didn't want, here, I'll go now. I didn't want to eat my words when I saw the other kids, but it was undeniable now. I couldn't help but wonder if he was as jolly as they said. Was his beard really white as snow? Wait, or what? Or was that Rudolph? No, he's a gimmick. His gimmick was the nose. Sorry. Damn it. Getting distracted again. Whatever the answer, I couldn't ask my parents. The no Santa tradition continued in full force. If I mentioned I knew the truth, I'd have to listen to Mom repeat otherwise. She may even take Claudine away. The doll has a name now. We have a Houston. We have a name.
All right, Claudine.
Claudine. This was undeniable proof, though. She always did harp on about evidence and stuff. On the other hand, she's also stubborn. No, I was not risking my Claudine's life on a risky bet. Under my bed, out of my parents' sight. There's another typo. There's another typo here. Out of my parents' sight, she shall remain. Okay, so she's hiding Claudine. Claudine's gonna live under her bed. Got it. And then they're just. I will make this note. It's kind of a repeat of phrasing here, where it's like, on the other hand, she's all. No way I was risking my Claudine's life on a risky bet. I just the repeat of risking there. I think there could be a better way to phrase it, but no big deal. I continued to receive packages from Santa. With every year, the gifts got a bit stranger. So have they gotten gifts now? It's just on Christmas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I was going to say they're not just randomly like showing up inside of her room or outside of her door, cuz I think that's scary too, cuz then it's like, well, is there just a stalker that you have living in the ceiling,
Stalker, yeah.
Yeah, like, and they're hearing what you want, like you kind of mentioned, and they're giving it to you, and it already describes the like happenstance way that they're wrapped and stuff like that, the shitty wrapping. And so I'm like, I don't know, there's just a lot of implications. We don't know which way the story's gonna go yet, but I mean it's creepy either way, and it's creepy because it's like, your parents keep this secret from you, and that's always right, like what the Christmas movie uses, a Christmas movie uses, is like the kids know the truth, but the parents don't, believe it or whatever. And then whatever, Santa helps the kids or the kids help Santa, and then they find the true meaning of Christmas and blah, blah, blah. And like, so I do think it's kind of a fun horror trope, or a way to turn this to more of a horror, where it's like the kid knows a truth. He thinks he knows the truth about Santa, but really, it's just the truth about, well, these presents come from somewhere. And so it's kind of, it uses this lie or this fable that everyone tells their kids kind of in an interesting way. Because now you have a situation where the kid doesn't want to tell their parents anything, right? And I think that's kind of fun. I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not bad, but I thought it popped in my head.
Yeah.
What if the parents know this Christmas entity isn't good, and they're telling their kids to stay away from it? Like, they're not being exactly truthful about it.
Right. Like maybe this entity has visited the mom or something before, when she was a girl, and that's where her hatred of Santa comes from. But it's because she knows that it's like a malevolent Santa or a Krampus type creature, like you said. I do think that kind of lines up with our story. I think you're probably onto something. I think that's a good call. Let's see. I continue to receive packages from Santa. With every year, the gifts got a bit stranger. They also got further and farther away from what I had asked for. One year, I asked for a Lego set. Instead, I got Jenga blocks that had been carved into a crude imitation. So like
Yeah.
a crude imitation of Jenga, meaning like it's somebody just carved these shitty, like found wood and carved these blocks, I think is what that means.
Yeah,
Right?
that's what it
Yeah.
means.
Okay.
It's like
Yeah.
someone took wood. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Another year I asked for a lava lamp. This time I got a regular lamp with no light bulb. Okay. So now they're just finding garbage, you know?
Yeah, they're just.
This is definitely a homeless, you know, like could be a homeless Santa
Mhm.
entity. Like I agree with you that it's probably like an entity like we were talking about, but I'm wondering if it's like, yeah, Santa's really down on his luck.
Yeah,
You know,
it's like a homeless Santa.
all the elves formed a union and kicked his ass out or whatever. Something like that.
Oh man, that's great.
Yeah, this pattern of odd gifts continued. I asked for new shoes. I got slippers. I asked for a zoo playset. I got an old mouse catnip toy.
Goodness.
Hot Wheels cars. Nope. Old wooden train set. I want to Jesus. Okay, do you want to read this part? Read this part. Yeah, I'll let you.
I wanted Jesus back. This Santa guy was incompetent. Not only were all these toys not what I asked for, but they were useless. Holy crap.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you can keep reading.
You,
Keep going.
couldn't deal with your own failure, and where did that bring you? Right back to me. Okay. By this age, all my classmates were starting to deny Santa's existence. I must have had my mother's strong spirit, as I kept believing long past the other kids. But by the time I was getting a stick of gum instead of sweets, which were in a shoe instead of a stocking, I began to have doubts. Maybe they all just stopped believing because Santa was just the worst. Even if the gifts appeared every year, there's no way I'd keep believing in this guy. It was then I considered something. What if it wasn't someone else? It hit me. Dad. He always was so disappointed with the lack of Santa in my life. Maybe he'd been leaving the gifts all along. If he had a small budget and needed to hide them from Mom, he'd have to get second-hand nonsense. It made perfect sense. On Boxing Day, I ran down the stairs to find my dad in the kitchen, humming a tune, scrubbed down the sink with bleach and soda crystals. A nose-pinching smell had been developing in the pipes. Certain areas of the house had become clouds of death at night just from how strong it had become. We figured it was an old house. They tend to come with equally ancient smells. We had a plumber out a few times. He flushed them out, which helped it for a while, but a few months would pass and it come back even stronger. Dad to combat it began weekly scrubathons. He'd go sink to sink, toilet to toilet, cleaning them till his hands ached. It seemed to work, much better than hearing Misty whines anyway. That nose of hers made her more alert to it than any of us. The older Misty grew, the more anything seemed to bother her. At night she'd whine a lot, even after the smell had gone. The sensory horrors of our house aside, I focused on how to test my father. Mom was in the room next door, so I had to be careful with my words. Before I could utter a sentence, Dad was scrambling in a panic to stop Misty from eating the fridge's contents. I found myself rooting for her over my own flesh and blood, but alas, she was a tiny girl, and Dad could pick her up with one hand. My girl was never winning this battle. Oh, Misty, why are you like this? Dad grumbled to himself. It was then he spotted me. Emily, I didn't see your pet there. Did you need something? I got distracted by all the commotion. I had forgotten my original objective again. Would you like to read Misty's parts? Or the daughter's parts?
Okay, yeah. Did you need something? Yeah, I've forgotten my original objective again. Here, real quick, I want to read Rude Dude's comment. This story is building suspense pretty well. The childhood innocence is definitely adding to the creep factor. You know, this kid would believe that the homeless man in the basement is actually Santa. Yeah, it definitely, I would, I thought it was going to be like an adult story just from the very beginning. I thought that they were going to be like, so now I had to be somebody's Santa and I didn't know what that meant. And so I thought that I would get them a dead bird or something, like I thought it was going to go that way. But I really like the childhood angle. I think just like with Christmas movies, you need that childhood angle, right? I think that really helps. I read another story and it was really good. Don't get me wrong. It was about like a snowman that haunted somebody, and it had like a past trauma that happened to them when they were younger. But I do think it was kind of missing that sense of childhood wonder that like, and to have that turn bad is very fun. So I am liking this story too, Rude Dude. Yeah, it's fun. Okay, so yeah, so sorry. My original objective again. Dad, can you get me a light bulb? A light bulb?
Light bulb.
Okay, so I'm just sorry, I was confused. I'm just reading the girls.
It's okay.
Cool. Go.
Mm-hmm. A light bulb?
Yeah, I need one. I winked at him. But he just stared back with a blank expression. After a moment, he laughed.
Sure, kid. I'll get you a candle, too.
I never
received a bulb. Oh, what?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I never received a bulb nor a candle. Looking back at it, this was a clear attempt at one of his poor jokes. But to a 9-year-old me, this was all the proof I needed. He never asked why I asked for one. Must have known it was from the lamp. Simple. I wish he could have got it without me prompting him to, but this works. Back to my toys. I went, and soon I forgot the light bulb. There was another reason to worry. I was running out of room under my bed. I needed somewhere to store my toys before they were found. Maybe the attic? But I'm too short to reach the door. It wasn't even really a door, just a block of wood we slid to the side. There was no lock, so to make it easier, but no way I could lift it and sneak a ladder over. We kept our Christmas decorations out there and not much else, so it would be a good hiding spot. No, I decided against it. The smell up there was rotten anyway, since Dad never went up there. Misty hated the attic too. When we first got her, she'd bark at it a lot. Barking ceased unless it was open, making it a definite no-go zone for hiding. I didn't need all my gifts, however. If the next gift was too big, I'd chuck a couple out. Then the next year came. I asked for a porcelain doll. No, I wasn't born in the 60s, but it was a new trend at school. By trend, I mean Amy Lee got one and now everyone wanted one. My parents were blunt. They didn't trust me with something so fragile and expensive. I insisted they could get a cheap one, but they refused. Bah humbug. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, you go ahead.
Okay. They had me choose something else from my list. I had faith in my father to pull through, however. Or should I say, Santa. There'd be plenty of old broken dolls at charity shops or sold secondhand online. I was sure he would manage. I didn't get anything close to porcelain. The cardboard box was way too big for the size of its contents. It wasn't even taped together this time, instead falling apart at the sides. It smelt even worse than the other ones, too. Inside was a rag doll, an old rag doll with matted blonde hair. Hair that looked a lot like mine.
Oh gosh.
No.
That's her hair.
Yeah, it's her hair, and the doll, I'm guessing, lived upstairs with this homeless Santa man or whatever we think it is, Oh God, that's not good. It had no clothes and was poorly stitched together, its stuffing still seeping out of the cracks. It was not cute or cuddly. It was just a mess. I tried my best to ignore the stains. Oh
God.
The stains splotted over it. Its face was scratched off and painted over. It looked as if it was done in anger with how frantic the paint strokes appeared. The weirdest detail stapled to its forehead. In place of its face was a Polaroid photo of me. I did not remember a photo being taken. I didn't seem to be aware of a camera in the picture either. I was tucked away in a bright white rectangle in the corner of a pitch black image. I was looking up at something as I saw hands emerge from the same location I stood. My mom's hands, reaching for Christmas decorations. The attic.
The fuck?
So sorry, I'm trying to understand this picture. So this picture is taken, there's a rectangle in the picture, which is the door of the attic. It sees the kid staring up into the darkness, and the mom's hands are reaching up for the Christmas decorations in like the corner of the rectangle. So this person has taken a photo of them through that door to the attic.
Yeah.
Okay. Which
Ew.
is very creepy, and it's almost like
It's so unsettling.
It's
because of how
yeah, go ahead.
because
Sorry.
of how the doll was described.
Yeah, I mean the doll is what makes it the worst part, but then also I'm like, that's such a creepy like way. Like you would think if you're living in this house and like sneaking around and whatever, it's like where I thought it was going is like, oh, it's a picture of her while she's sleeping, or something like that. Like, because I didn't know my photo was being taken. And so I was thinking, but the fact that it's like through the attic door, I don't know. To me, it's kind of so much more haunting because it's like they're just staring at the door, waiting, waiting for somebody to open it, waiting for Christmas to come, the Christmas time of year to come so that they'll open it and grab the decorations and they can catch a glimpse through this door. You know what I mean? Ugh,
Right.
so creepy, so creepy. And then also I'm like, if they're living in the attics, why? I guess maybe the pipes go up into the attic or something. But I'm like, why would the smell emanate from the pipe so badly? Because part of me thought like, oh, it's a creature living in the pipes. Like I've read stories like that before, but I'm wondering if we're gonna get another stomach turning like they've been doing this in the pipes, you know what I mean? Like creepy. Very unsettling. Definitely taking a very gross turn. But
It would definitely explain the plumbing issues they've been having.
Right, for sure. But obviously, I mean, it's still got me. It's still a lot of fun. It's just, that part about the stains and all that shit was like, oh my God, so stomach turning. The attic? Question mark. I threw the photo away and gave the doll to Misty. When my parents asked where she got it, I said she must have dug it up. There's no way my dad would give me something so strange. I too realized he never got a light bulb. I considered this being a cruel lesson from my mother, an elaborate ruse to show why I shouldn't believe in fairy tales so easily. But she didn't take the photo. I doubt Dad did either. The Polaroid was recent too. I could tell it was from the start of the month when we began decorating, so I wouldn't have forgotten it being taken. My parents seemed a bit out of it Christmas morning. They did not sleep. There was a possibility they really had been sneaking around, and this was a poor DIY gift. What confirmed it wasn't either parents was when I unwrapped their present to find a porcelain doll. I should have said something, but fear crippled me. I wanted to believe the lie that it was really Santa or some mythical creature that doesn't understand what a good gift is. It wasn't a violating image, yet I felt gross. From then on, I felt like someone was watching me. These constant, omnipresent eyes I couldn't escape from. That's when I remembered Misty was beside me in bed that night. Misty would bark at visitors, postmen, and even her own shadow. While her whining had stopped in the past year, her constant yapping never ceased. The only people that didn't get to hear her vocal nature was when it was just us. The sniffer was too accustomed to us. If someone had truly been outside my door, she would have barked up a storm. I never sent any letters to anyone either. How could someone know what I wanted? No one was there for our conversations, so this figure could somehow read minds. That brought me some relief. It wasn't a person, not likely to be a monster either. Monsters wouldn't leave gifts. Could it have really been Santa? I felt a strange conclusion, but one a scared 10-year-old was willing to accept. Popcorn.
What if he was real after all? A guy like that would probably have magic to take a photo without me knowing. I'm sure he'd be an expert dog tamer too. I think deep down I knew I was lying to myself, but I didn't want to ask my parents anything about it. Not just because they'd take all my other stuff away, but because I feared their answer, at least subconsciously. I decided what I should do, what Mother always talked about, evidence. I set out to catch the mystery gifter in the act. Whether it be a magical old man or one of my parents, I was going to find out for myself. Then I'd report wherever answer I got onto Mom. She'd know what to do from there. Misty was getting older before she was getting younger. The less energy she had, the more I felt bad for her. I wanted to get her a friend, but I think we all knew a younger dog would drive her mad. So I asked for a stuffed dog plushie, the best plan an 11-year-old can muster. I thought I knew Santa, I thought I knew Santa would be able to get me one. Stuffed dogs were popular from a teddy. Santa could find one anywhere. My parents already agreed, but an extra didn't hurt, especially if I guaranteed Santa showed up. I had to hype myself up to be a big girl. Keeping my door open all night in the dark set my imagination racing. I'd always imagined some monster creeping up the stairs to take me in my sleep. My circumstances made that image more vivid than usual. And it had to be done. I knew that. If I had just roughed it out, I'd manage. I didn't need to sleep anyway. Quite the opposite. I needed to remain awake all night long, and my buzzing mind could help with that. I waited and waited. Eyes bounced around each dark corner of the hallway. I didn't know where he was going to come from. I just had to wait. Be patient. I wish I had brought Misty to bed with me. I couldn't risk her scaring him off, though. This was my one shot. If I saw him, he may never come back again. Or maybe he would. Who knows? I didn't get the rules. It was a risk not worth taking either way. A couple of times I was tempted to shout into my parents to get me a glass of water. I wasn't thirsty, just terrified. I thought sending them downstairs would mean they would scout out onto my behalf. But when they go down those stairs, they could bump into Santa and make him run away. I had to commit. I had to know. The visibility was poor, but I could make out that 3 hours had ticked away on my clock. My eyes were so heavy, not even the fear could remove the thick blanket of exhaustion that was washing over me. Just a few more hours, Emily. Just a few more hours, and you'll catch him. I don't think I understood what a few meant. What I did know was I had to stay awake. But I couldn't. I didn't realize it had happened. I just drifted off peacefully. I think I dreamt about Misty, her little tail wagging as I returned home from school. I didn't want it to end. That was until I heard a creak. It was a struggle peeling open my eyes. My eyelids felt hard to shut again, but my mind vaguely recalled the mission I had set forth. I peeked from under my covers toward the doorway. It was so dark, even focusing my eyes didn't help to reveal the source of the sound. Then I saw him. Or, well, a silhouette of him. I could see a flimsy hat on his head with a plump pom-pom at the end. He wore big boots. He seemed to be made out of leather with something, how they squeaked. I think I could also make out the outline of a beard, but no other detail on his face. It was him. It was really Santa. I laid my head back down, too tired to entirely comprehend who stood at my door. I couldn't help but smile to myself, however, knowing something magical had happened. Quiet, I murmured, "Thank you, Santa." Popcorn.
All right, so real quick, Rude Dude he left a comment. He said, "God, imagine what you'd get if you asked for a real live dog." Well, that's what I'm worried about. I'm
Probably
worried.
some type of homunculus.
What was that? Sorry.
Probably some type of homunculus, like mother horse size.
Oh yeah, well but then also I'm saying because she asked for a stuffed dog and the dog isn't sleeping in her bed. This dude, well,
Oh
what I'm saying,
no.
you see where I'm going with this? I don't want
Oh
to give it
no.
away, but I think
Oh
Rude Dude had
no.
a bear trap in the thing, and I think that's where the story is going. And now I'm fucking pissed.
Oh my god.
Anyways,
He's
okay.
gonna stuff the dog.
Yeah, yep. Thank you, Santa. I could see him put a finger to his mouth, shushing me before turning away. My eyes began to crust back together again as I watched him tiptoe away. The last thought I remember having was guilt. We really should have left milk and cookies for him. Oh, God. When I woke again, it was Christmas morning. It took me a minute to fully escape my slumber, but it hit me hard when I remembered what had happened. I practically jumped out of bed. I was so excited I couldn't wait to tell everyone. Santa was real. He was real. I had no proof other than the gifts for now, but I'd get more next year. But I knew he was real. Without a second thought, I brought the cardboard box inside and slammed it onto my bed. Again, poorly taped and no paper, but I didn't care. This one was big, at least weight-wise. Santa must have got Misty a big friend. I couldn't wait to surprise her. It may not be a real dog, but she could have a pretend pack like the wolves on TV. I tore it open without considering how to. I just knew it all needed to go so I could look inside. Paper landed all over the floor, but I could pick it up later. Right now, I was confused. I didn't understand. Inside, there was a dog plush, just like I asked for. Yet there was something off about it. For a toy, it was hyper realistic, uncannily so. Uncannily so. Like if I touched it, I'd feel its stomach move. The red stuffing was the main giveaway. It wasn't real. But the oddest thing of all was it looked just like Misty. No!
Here's your bear trap.
Yeah, well, it was Rude Dudes. I can't take full credit, but as soon as I saw that comment, it snapped into place, and I was like, "Fuck." Yeah, okay. I reached a hand in, stroking its fur. It felt like Misty. A bit of a wet dog smell too. It smelled like Misty. There was even a little warmth of it. Ugh. But like it was fading out. That wasn't like Misty. When I removed my hand, I realized that the stuffing wasn't naturally that color. I ran out into the hallway and began whistling. Misty! I yelled out. Nothing. Not even a sound of movement. Misty! Here, girl! My desperate plea echoed. Still nothing. Misty! This time, it was a screech, really hitting me like a truck. My mom burst out of my parents' room, disoriented by being woken so suddenly. I ignored her as I rushed into my room. Emily, what's the matter? She inquired, somewhat exasperated. Shaking, I approached her, my increasingly colder Christmas gift laid across my arms, the coming tears overwhelming me. I could only quiver out a meek response. Misty! I didn't know, but my mother immediately grasped the situation. Eric, we need to go now. It all happened so fast, I didn't know how to process it. All I knew is we abandoned our home and all our presents to run to our neighbor's house. My mom demanded a phone call to the police. The neighbors didn't argue because despite all the chaos, I never set Misty down. My tears soaked her empty husk. My girl, it was all my fault. It wasn't until after my parents spoke to the police I pieced everything together. My parents had already had their suspicions before Misty's fate. They had grown uneasy about the persistent smell, and that wasn't all. At night, Mom could swear she heard faint murmurs in the attic. It tended to creak and moan a lot, but in recent years it sounded more than just an old house. It's where she told the police to look first. Outside of the powerful odor, they did not find anything at first. That was until they discovered a hidden crawl space at the back. Do you want to finish it out here?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
Behind old broken TVs that had been tossed up there before I was even born was a latch, one they'd forgotten all about. When the police opened it, they found a living space. Blankets, wrappers, missing food now rotten. There were stains everywhere from the rotten juice of previous meals. And trash. So much trash. Whoever lived there must be rummaging about a lot. There were piles of old, useless items that had long been tossed. They had a dedicated corner with flattened cardboard boxes and tape. The smell in the pipes wasn't the pipes themselves. The crawl space was mainly for insulation, so much of the rotten junk seeped down into the walls. The gap between these walls was even big enough for someone to slide inside. Ugh. Beside a blanket and pillow was a beaten-up plastic folder. It contained photos, hundreds of photos. They must have been chosen to pay for the Polaroid paper for food, stealing her own to get by, all for one purpose: me. They were all photos of me, from the attic, from the cracks in the walls, from the kitchen when we were all outside, someone outside my bedroom door. They dated back to when I was a toddler, playing with a mum in the garden, all of us eating dinner, so many of me sleeping at night. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's rough. Even when I was in the bath, the photographer peered through the gaps in the ventilation. Ugh. In the same section was a pair of my socks, some of my baby teeth, and old nappies. They found everything, except the man himself. Gosh! The only remains of him was the Santa suit he had worn. His stench clung with it. I guess he abandoned it in the panic when he heard his present didn't go down well. I felt so stupid. I knew something was up. I knew something was up a year earlier. Even before then, I should have caught on. The police shared the same sentiment. I'm not sure they believe anything. I told them, just some kid over-exaggerating events to pretend I knew more than I did. My mother said the real stupidity began when I started blaming myself. How could a child predict this? She'd always repeat to me. The sentiment rang hollow when burying my best friend. A lot of time had passed since then. Sometimes I felt like I'm still being watched. It makes my skin crawl just thinking about how that man is still out there, waiting. What follows me the most is guilt. I got Misty killed. Also, I could play detective. I know I was young, but it brought me no comfort. Thanks to me, she'd never see justice. Despite warning us the whole time, she met such a cruel fate. To Misty, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, my good girl. You deserve better. So much better. I wish I could make it up to you. For now, I hope my tears can reach the dead.
Jesus Christ.
What a wild... That reminded me a lot of Pen Pal.
Well, and that's what Rude Dude, he comments at the very end. He goes, "Holy shit, this is Pen Pal Christmas edition." I don't think there's really a better comment or a way to sum up this story. I mean, it's very good. There's a few little like typos here and there, like I said, but overall a very creepy, well-paced. You get the little element of the child playing detective, like trying to figure out the mystery from their, innocent point of view, and it just makes the reveal at the end that the dog has been killed, that Misty is the last present. The girl will get like that much more heartbreaking. God, I mean, great, creepy, horrifying, but God, I hated that just in terms of I always skip that part of Pen Pal too. I skip the boxes. I mean, I've heard it before. I know what happens, but I've listened to that episode. I've listened to it back of Creepcast, but I skip the boxes part because it's just so heartbreaking hearing the meows like on the fucking walkie-talkie and all that shit. It breaks my heart. And I have one of my little kitties, Stella. She loves to sit in cardboard boxes. And so it just breaks my fucking heart. And this too, I mean, for obviously similar reasons, just I hate people who fuck with pets. I hate,
Yeah.
I hate when that happens in movies or what, like if a dog dies saving someone in a movie or whatever, and it's like a noble death, I'm like, sure, I'm like, okay, what, like it still breaks my heart, but it doesn't turn my stomach the way that this story did. And yeah, it's fucking heartbreaking. I hate it, but at the same time, like, because I'm having that emotional of a reaction, I can't deny that it's good for the story and it works very well. It's very effective. But yeah, goddamn, what a stomach twisting, heart wrenching story. Yeah, but what do you think about it, Sully?
No Sleep would love this because it has the indestructible creep.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the indestructible pedo. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Man, what a story to make, one of the like funnest, safest times of the year make you insecure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yep, for sure. For sure. Never do I want a Secret Santa present from anyone ever again,
Mm-hmm.
Never do I not want to know where a present comes from, it even kind of ruins the ritual. You know how a lot of people like get their presents and a lot of them are like from mom and dad or from Aunt
Mm-hmm.
Carolyn or whatever, but then there's always like one or two presents where they're like, most of the time the family will write from Santa.
Right.
But even that now I'm gonna find creepy. Or if like somebody doesn't put who's it from on it, it's just immediately gonna remind me of this story. And
Oh yeah.
yeah. So now, thank you. Christmas is now ruined for me. So thank you. Thank you to the writer. Possible display. But yeah, it was great though. In all seriousness, it was a great story. Very, very good. Very well done. This story was awesome. I don't mean to take away from the creativity by calling it pen pal. Still such an awesome story and cool concept is what Rude
Oh
Dude
yeah,
says.
totally.
Yeah, no, and honestly, I mean, pen pal is such a great story that I don't even see that as like a diss at all. I see that as a total compliment to the writer and to the concept and everything.
Well, it's because pen pal is such a staple in the
Yeah,
horror community.
yeah, no, yeah. If you get your story even in a small way compared to pen pal, I'd say it's nothing but a huge compliment. And and in this story, it certainly is. And it just took this idea of a secret Santa, and it was so like it was so like naive, and the childish element of having a secret Santa, because that's not really something that a lot of people experience until they're like older, of like people do secret Santa parties and stuff or whatever. And so to have a kid have it, yeah, is just horrifying. I hate it. It's making my skin crawl just even right now thinking about it. So yeah, I mean, it kicked ass. What a great story for the Christmas time. And yeah, so my hat goes off to them. Definitely a banger. Definitely a banger. Definitely would make a good Creepcast episode, or a good fun
We both know Isaiah would squirm with some of these sentences.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah. With that, and then yeah, just like I feel like the whole element of the mom like not believing in Santa and whatever. I feel like that would just be like a red herring for him too, where he would get kind of tricked into thinking that the mom is like the villain or something in it. You know what I mean? Because it kind of almost got me like that too. at least at first, and I think it would do a similar thing to him. But yeah, it was awesome. It was a great story.
Right.
You
Fun
know,
story. Loved it.
super fun. Yeah, hell yeah. Definitely go upvote it. Definitely. And we're gonna have part 2 of from, I believe, from Possible Display at some point here in the next the near future. I'm gonna read I'm an Underground Doctor at Mr. J's Workshop part 2. So
Oh, this is the same author. Okay.
yeah, same author. So yeah, that wrote Mr. J. So that's
Okay.
important to know. So I loved part 1 of that, but I look forward even more now to part 2. So
Right.
shout out to them. But well, thank you so much for reading another story with me. I appreciate
Yeah,
you,
no
Sully.
problem. Had
I
a
don't want to
blast,
keep
you
you.
know?
I don't want to keep you up too late. But yeah, I hope you had
Yeah,
fun.
it's
And
3 in the morning and
yeah,
I'm tired.
yeah, for sure, man. Well, get some rest, and
hmm
you can check out. I don't know how many more stories I'm going to read, but you can check out the rest of the stream later once it gets
Yeah.
fully uploaded and stuff, and check out what
Definitely do
you
that.
missed.
Mhm.
Cool. Well,
All
all
right.
right.
Well, good night, guys. Subscribe to Red Death Mask. Cool
Uh,
guy. Love his content. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
hmm
Yeah. And everyone, don't forget one more shout out. Go subscribe to Braindead. Great name too. I know we haven't really talked about it, but I love that name. I think that's a great YouTube name. So yeah. Subscribe to Braindead, follow Slowly the Skelly. Is that what your name is on Reddit too?
it is.
Right,
It's
okay.
still, yeah. hmm
Cool, yeah, cuz they've got, he's got more stories, and yeah, just support authors. That's what we do on this channel. We're all about supporting authors, and so thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Y'all take care. All right.
All
Good
right.
night.
Good night, brother. Have a good one.
You too.
Peace out. All right. Well, that was our time with Sully. What a fun guy. What a good reader, good narrator, and just a lot of fun. I like talking, I like talking to different writers and getting their perspective. I think, he's a little hard on himself about this story. I think for a first story, this was pretty cool. It obviously had its cheesy moments or whatever, but I just want to reiterate that again and thank him for just allowing me to watch the video and allowing me to talk with him about it and chat about it. I think is so fun, and so yeah, just cool of a writer to do, especially with their first story that they've written. I think that takes bravery and guts. So shout out to them. And then Secret Santa was awesome too. So we had a really good first 2 stories. We've had a great beginning, of the stream here. I think I'm gonna do at least one more because I have 3 more on the docket. I'm kind of trying to look at the lengths and see. Doesn't seem too long. Yeah, but if I don't read whatever stories I don't read on today's stream, I will read on my very next stream. So, make sure to keep that in mind if you're one of the authors and you're watching this. I think I'm just gonna do because it was the next one in the docket. I think I'm gonna do the I Am a Plumber. It's a story that just has a couple upvotes. I don't think it's gotten many eyeballs on it, so I've just wanted to read this one. It is an end of part 1. We're not gonna read part 2. I don't even think part 2's out. So, but we're gonna check out part 1 and see what CS or C Shark 13 has got for us. and yeah, it'll be a fun time. I always like these, like, I do a job and whatever, this weird thing happened type of story. This first person, like, on a message board, just asking, like, has anyone ever experienced this weird thing that happened? It's a fun format, and it's a format that's, like, got its whatever, um fame from No Sleep and from the online horror community. So I thought it'd be fun to kind of do a classic, like, I'm a plumber and some shit's going down. No pun intended. Uh Type story. So yeah, I think we'll do this one next. I am gonna run to the bathroom real quick because I definitely gotta go urinate. So I'm gonna go do that. And yeah, thank you everybody, for watching. And if you've subscribed in the past few days, real quick, I just want to say thank you. Or in the past few weeks, my subscribers are going up steadily. I'm getting a few here and there, and that's really cool. I really appreciate it. Cause yeah, I eventually want this to be a place where, authors can be excited because they'll know that, maybe a few hundred people will get to listen to their story or get to hear their story be read. So that's kind of my hope for where I can take this long term. And yeah, I just appreciate everybody who stops by in the chat, who sends me their stories. Thank you. This year has been awesome. I've started my YouTube journey, and it's been nothing but just a super fun time. So I just really quick, before I forget and before we get into this next story, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Because yeah, it's doing this and getting the messages that I get from writers after I've covered their story, and they say thank you so much. It's so helpful to see somebody react to my story and to know what they're thinking. That stuff drives me and makes me inspires me to do the next stream. I always like check my comments and my messages and stuff before I go live, and whenever I see those, it always just gives me that extra little push, that little drive to to do a good next stream, and to put my heart into the readings and into the reactions. So I just got to say thank you to everyone, and I appreciate you. And another additional thank you to Sully for coming on. He was awesome. That was a lot of fun. So here you guys can enjoy some of the end of Greylock on Creep TV while I run to the restroom.
Or at least the thing in the mountains also trying to kill him. So I don't know, maybe it's some kind of good entity, or maybe it's someone that has harnessed the power of the mountain,
Yeah, it seems like something else that does.
Sorry, my headphones are wigging out. They always do that if I'm not actively playing some sound on my laptop. They like cut out. See?
Dyne has control of its power, or is using its power as well. So if anything, it might not be good, but it might not be inquisitive about this. Oh!
Okay, so this is, to me, one of the most interesting developments in the series, right?
I just want my headphones to work. I just want to listen to the story as I go to the bathroom. You have been investigating. It's impressive you have remained alive for this long. But then again, you've gone to great lengths in the past. To survive, and with you, I'm going to tell you a story, Jim. A story that you've been dying to hear.
This whole part. I have so many questions about. Okay, so that's the symbol that was seen on Tiffany, right?
Right.
Sorry, hold on. I'm switching out headphones. I fucking hate my Beats headphones screw me over. Not bad headphones. They're just not. For some reason, with the Bluetooth on the laptop, it's like it has major issues. It worked for the whole call perfectly fine, and then once I got off the call, it started wigging out. So. Are they gonna pop up? No, they're not. Good thing I have way too many headphones and earbuds. Sorry, guys. I know this is boring, but feel free to tune out of the stream if you're. There we go.
Again, something's out here with us. It's in the woods, and it's watching us. God damn it! It ain't no animal either. Who are you guys gonna put up those fancy hunting cameras and see if we can catch anything? Maybe locals fucking with us. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah. Anyways, I just.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Message 7. Date and time unavailable. Message.
Interesting. Do you think that that's the do you think that that comes across as like the energy cloud? Like it isn't fully manifested yet?
Oh, look at you. That's good. That's a good thought. I have to. I don't want to theorize yet because you don't know
Sure.
yet what I'm referring to.
Well, I mean, it makes it seem like they've definitely opened up something, or some like
Yes,
they've definitely unleashed something, or they've stumbled upon something. But it seems like with them having now, like, oh, the path is now clear. It's either that something got let out, or something's letting them in.
Because keep in mind, this is all pre-Thought 4 Manifester, right?
Right.
So yeah.
It's Paul. Holy shit. I think I caught whatever's going around. My skin, it feels tight. A lot of pressure behind my eyes. My teeth feel like they're humming. Just all started when we came across that tunnel. I feel like I need to figure out what's down there. I think whatever's down there could help my crew. But most of all, I feel like something really bad's going to happen if I don't go down. So I'm going down tonight.
Message 9. March 30th, time unavailable. This is the end of your messages.
Ooh, what was that at the ending?
It was our old friend.
Oh, that good dude again? Okay.
Yep. Yep. The guy with the van.
Interesting. So
how cool
I really
is
love
this whole part?
Yeah, I love the whole build up of finding out some kind of tunnel into the mountain and everything like that. It is kind of funny that you could read it the way that we did with Paul, and that it does feel like by message 8, it feels like Paul got addicted to fentanyl.
My teeth are humming, and my skin feels
Paul
tight.
and his entire Union crew were fent flopping.
Yeah.
No, but I love the idea of having to go down and see it, and even the weird part too. After this part, when it was almost like a veil was taken over, like like it was hiding what was actually going on. It just kind of
that
like
camera.
slips. Yeah,
where it's doing the whole like slip off.
It does this, but it looks like it was just copying the image, so you couldn't actually see what was going by.
It's like it was manipulating the camera, so there's no evidence of it.
Exactly.
Man, I love that section so much where he's like, it's ringing, and he's talking about how he's like, he feels different and he needs to go down there, and he starts mumbling to himself. And then in my interpretation is this last call is from the mine itself. So all the crew members are now deep within the mine, and it sounds like this. So good. Yeah. Oh my word.
Super fun.
The men are compelled to sprint down into there, and they're becoming these like abominations.
Yeah, fentanyl zombies.
And here's also my other theory. You'll see more about this crew later, right?
Okay.
So what I'm about to say is going to be backed up, but I'll go ahead and tell you my theory for what. I'll mute it so you don't get jump scared again. These attacks.
Oh, you think that they're the crew?
I think it's the crew. Because, for one, all these faces we see are all humanoid. They're all distinctly members. Like humanoid. Plus, he's that.
There we go. We're back. How is Bluetooth simultaneously the worst invention ever and the best invention? It's fucking annoying. But anyways, so doesn't really matter because I'm not gonna play any music for the rest of the stream. So I don't really need headphones. I like to be able to listen to whatever I play. If I go take a break real quick, so I know what my stream is playing. But sorry, I gotta tie my shoe real quick. But anyways, so let's get into I Am a Plumber from Sea Shark 13. I spent wasting enough time trying to figure out my stupid headphones, so let's get into it. I never really asked to be a plumber. I was kind of forced into it, as I'm 4th generation. I work at my dad's company, which is great, but I never wanted to be the stereotypical owner's son, so I'm always trying to prove myself worthy of the job I have. Because of that, I've seen a lot of things over the years that I have worked in the field. I've seen a lot of things over the years that I've worked in the field. Giant roaches, spiders, snakes, the occasional scorpion. Inside of hoarders' houses, places so dirty that you can walk in, not touch anything, and still need to take a shower. Apartment floors flooded with sewage, grease traps from commercial kitchens, black mold, mushrooms growing up and out in between floorboards. I once saw one of my cousins underneath a disconnected toilet in a basement gets splattered when the owner forgot that he shouldn't flush. Ugh. I've been down in crawl spaces, inside walls, and up on roofs with heavy equipment. I've been left to freeze on an Oregon winter's night while trying to unthaw a water line with a Mr. Heater, unable to keep myself warm, and I've been left to sweat in an attic during a hot Texan summer day in a new construction home that didn't have AC yet. My work shirt was so completely drenched, I was able to wring full handfuls of sweat out of it. I mean, good first two paragraphs, but honestly, like, the horrors of just being a plumber, I imagine, top so much fictional shit. Like, we haven't even gotten into the what weird or gross thing is in this story, you know, but I mean, the horror stories just in that introduction alone, like, it's the disgust that is being alive on this earth, or that is existing in just regular menial, you know, jobs. Good job, like plumbers get paid good, don't get me wrong, or they you make a living, right? But the amount that you had to endure, the amount that you have to endure is kind of just stifles any horror concept, you know what I mean? In a way, when it comes to the reality of what that job actually entails. Like that idea of getting covered when a person's like, you know, I told you not to flush. You cannot flush your toilets. And they're like, oh, well, I forgot, or my son forgot, or, oh, we thought we just weren't supposed to poop, or we thought X, Y, and Z, and then they just get covered in just refuse. Oh God. Horrible. My point being that this job can be really tough, but it's never been horrifying until a few months ago. I began listening to Creepcast as soon as it was announced, and had been a fan of the guys separately for a long while before their Ted the Caver video. However, having heard Ted the Caver, followed closely by the internet historian video on Floyd Collins' Sand Cave, I developed a small bit of claustrophobia that week when I had to crawl underneath buildings, a concrete slab by a pool, and a pier and beam crawl space under a home in order to fix a sewer line. Underneath that home, I had to use a mini shovel to cut a channel to fit myself through a rat nest, several feet of sewage-soaked mud, and a mass of refuse and litter that had been discarded into the crawl space during the home's previous renovations. Ugh. See what I mean, dude? And I love that we're getting a real, like, this seems like someone's real account. You know, they mentioned Creepcast, they mentioned the Ted the Caver and how it gave them they developed a bit of claustrophobia, and now, yeah, this is just horrifying. I mean, in so many ways, beyond fucked up. Like, and now we get, you know, this is fun because most stories are not gonna, like, they might do Easter eggs, but they're not gonna reference like Creepcast and explain why it's made their job a little bit worse, or them a little bit, you know, a little bit harder. Yeah. Oh God. Good thing I'm not eating. Exactly, rude dude. Exactly. Fuck. Yeah. Horrifying. Oh my God. At one point, my knee hit a board and an entire post holding the house shifted towards my face, causing me to scream. After catching my breath, I was made fun of by both my coworker and the homeowners, but they didn't have an entire flashback to Ted's face sticking out of a hole. While events like that may have spooked me, nothing compares to the sheer terror of those two most terrifying experiences of my plumbing career. Imagining Hunter saying hello in his pen pal voice while I was underneath a home, and the following story. The events took place last year. I am a plumber, and this story is true. So we're getting a true story here. As far as, if we're to take this author at his word, this is awesome. I'm stoked. I can't believe, with the way that it was introduced and everything else, it seems so real that I really can't. Like, I'm just going to assume, until they're like, the Mothman kidnapped me or whatever, I'm just going to assume that this is all 100% true, and I'm already horrified. It's a late night in late October, and I'm hanging out with my good buddy Alex. We were thinking up ideas for his Halloween costume while I slowly build an EVA foam diving helmet for my Captain Cutler's ghost outfit from Scooby-Doo. Interesting. That sounds like a cool costume. Sounds like you're a pretty handy guy too. Yeah, found footage vibes for sure, and also just like the realness obviously elevates it too, but then I feel a kinship with our narrator because they're a Creepcast fan. You know what I mean? So there's like, I'm already more invested in so many different ways, because of the realness of the story and the familial, Creepcast fan familial bond. I love Halloween. It's a great excuse for me to tinker with ideas for costumes or props that I probably wouldn't make otherwise. I get to rewatch some of my favorite movies like Van Helsing or anything else by John Carpenter and get to hang out with my best friend. While we are chilling at the office, Alex is on the phone with his girlfriend while she yaps on and on about how she wants to be Sally and Jack from Nightmare Before Christmas. Oh, God. Very great Christmas / Halloween movie. Amazing. But also, like, I mean, if people do it well, it's still a cool costume. Don't get me wrong. But it's also like not, it's so played out at this point that, like, I don't know. I get how that could be annoying to hear the girlfriend going on and on about that. But I just find, again, adding levels of realism to this story that I'm just like, I believe this happened, Nightmare Before, and I'm brainstorming just how the hell I'm supposed to cram a Bluetooth speaker inside a 3D printed oxygen tank. I heard the rumbling of an engine outside as one of my coworkers, Blaine, pulls up and begins loading tools and parts into his van. Excusing myself from Alex's relationship conversation, I go over to help Blaine load up. What's up? Hey, what's up, brother? I said, giving him a high five. Not too much, he said, putting his chin out in a slight dismissive frown. Just an emergency job calling in. Broken water line inside a house. Need some help? How bad is it? I'm not sure, but if you want to bring some equipment, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, all right. Alex is over in my office. Can I bring him along? I mean, if he wants to come, I don't see why not. I didn't see a problem with it. Alex and I had been through thick and thin over the last few years, and he's always been a reliable dude. I went back to my office, bugged Alex until he got off the phone, and tossed him an extra uniform we had in the back. Wanna come with? Looks like a flood. Oh, yeah, sure, he replied in his usual matter-of-fact tone. How far away is it? So that's what I'm wondering. So Alex is not a plumber, then, I take it. He's just hanging out with him at his office. And now he's going to go on a call. Interesting. I mean, clearly some shit's about to go down, but I thought because they were both at the office that they were just both plumbers, you know, but this is fun. I'm already liking the dynamic of like two experienced plumbers, maybe somebody who's not used to it. Like it's almost like how you would have like a skeptic in a story, maybe, or maybe the shit that they're used to dealing with. Again, no pun intended. The shit that they're used to dealing with is gonna be way higher than what he's used to dealing with, and so they're gonna be like, well, we gotta do this, and we gotta walk through this sewage or whatever. And Alex is going to be like, what the fuck? He's going to be kind of maybe that voice of reason or that voice of like, I don't think we should be doing this sort of a thing. And that's very fun. I like it. I'm locked in. I cannot state how locked in I am. Yeah, he must be a great friend. And I'm thinking that maybe he's done this, and that's like why he's at the office, is maybe he's done this before. Maybe he's, maybe he's at the office because he works there part-time, even though he's not like a trained plumber maybe or something. Who knows? It could be a few different things, but his usual matter-of-fact tone of voice. About how far away is it? We chatted with Blaine for a bit while we looked at the scheduling app on his phone. Looks like it's up by the college, he stated, nodding his head in the general direction. I just called the customer back. She said that there's a lot of water rushing into her friend's house. Alex and I nodded and got to work. Everything's standard procedure. I grab my bag of tools and throw them into my little work truck. Alex starts getting 5 or 6 of our blue air movers to help with water mitigation, as well as a shop vacuum and dehumidifier, which I had to help him lift into the back. As we head on our way, following closely behind Blaine, Alex and I bullshit about nothing and everything, talking about all the Halloween decorations that were up. The neighborhood by the college is a pretty posh, rich kid area with gated communities, great big houses, alabaster white facades, and the like. The entire place was decked out in the Halloween spirit. A giant skeleton in one yard backlit with eerie green lights, a big inflatable purple dragon on the roof of another house, complete with orange streamers for fire, a glowing replica of the moon hanging on a wall with the silhouette of a werewolf, and behind the wrought iron fence, a bunch of mannequins dressed like zombies on a basketball court. It was actually, I was actually feeling pretty excited for the job. Maybe the house we're going to has some awesome lights or pyrotechnics, or maybe they'll be happy enough with work to leave us a review since we're coming out in the dead of night. I figured that at bare minimum, I could look at the neighborhood once we were done and really get into the spooky season. But that left when we actually got to this place. In this neighborhood with so much fun all around it, where every home had its own theme, this singular house didn't stand out. Interesting. And that is creepy, right? As a plumber, you would go out to places at night and so in odd hours, and now they're in this neighborhood and they're coming to a house that doesn't stand out, but that kind of makes it stand out to him and this with this guy who loves Halloween and whatever. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm guessing it has no decorations, which. Are we getting like a secret family? Is this flood that is it going to compromise, because it said it was going into the neighbor's house or my friend's house, and so I'm wondering, are they going to stumble on something totally dark and horrible as plumbers can't? I mean, how many times do they like, oh, we were trying to dig up to find a water line and that's like why a body gets discovered? Happens all the time, right? I think, it's not always the plumbers doing it. Sometimes it's construction, sometimes it's whatever. But my point is, yeah, I can see this going, and especially with the note that this is 100% real, I can see this going to a lot of very dark, real, horrifying places. The single-story home was on a corner of two streets. There were no decorations, no lights from inside the home. The entire house seemed like it had been abandoned. So is it broken down then, or is it just empty? Does it seem like empty? Because the fact that it's a posh neighborhood, I struggle to view it as a completely like broken down house, which that does happen. But I'm almost wondering if it's just like almost an empty house, which is almost creepier in some ways. Like if you ever like are looking at houses, like in a new neighborhood or something, there is an eeriness to it, even if you go in the middle of the day where like all these houses are empty. Nothing's supposed to be in them, but we don't know nothing's in them. There could be something, or, you have like homeless people who will break into in new housing projects to sleep in the houses, to get warm during the winter, just for, whatever, or to get out of the sun. So yeah, there's a lot that you could run into, and I like this idea, this not necessarily like broken down, but just abandoned, empty home, or just like a home that's on the market, that's been on the market for too long, sort of a thing. The entire house seemed like it had been abandoned. A single car lay in the driveway with the sticker from the college on the back window. The car had been sitting there for so long that the tires weren't only flat, but had cracked open and peeled back from the rims. Oh, creepy. And it's a college car. It's a stick. So is this a house that like one roommate lived in, got murdered, and that's why his car is still there, and then like the other, oh god, this is not shaping up to be very pleasant. The unkempt lawn was overgrown through the broken bits of what used to be the driveway. Okay, so it is kind of broken down. And it's giving me the House and Weapons vibes. Like that house wasn't that creepy either, but then when you see it compared to how it was with the lawn overgrown and with the shades pulled, and like it's subtle, right? It's subtle, but it's eerie as fuck the more you look at it. You would drive by it and not think twice. Maybe you'd be like, oh, that yard's fucked up, in a neighborhood where all the yards are perfectly manicured. You'd be like, their HOA is going to be pissed or whatever. You might think about it like that, but you're not really going to stop and look. Oh, so creepy. I love it. The unkempt lawn was overgrown through the broken bits of what used to be a driveway. Branches dangled down like limp fingers from an oak tree. Trying to claw at the spiderweb covered bricks that made up the main exterior, A single dim amber yellow light above the front door bathed everyone in an ochre glow and made the shadows stretch in weird angles down the street. After a glance at the other two, I can tell we're all thinking the same thing. I don't want to go in there. Taking a second to shake off the unease, I took the lead with the two other guys behind me. I take 2 steps up the extremely short staircase, and before I can even knock, the door just silently glides open. No. I don't want to do this. I'm scared. I'm scared again. What opened the door looked like death incarnate. Halfway point between the crypt keeper and the berries and cream guy. I'm not sure I know that reference, but a halfway point between the crypt keeper and the berries and cream guy. The shape of this person was mostly backlit, but seeing the long shoulder length hair that's been matted and frizzled in splotches, and remembering Blaine's phone call from before, I assumed that this was the woman that had called us. Good evening, ma'am, I say in my most professional handyman voice. I'm Chase, this is Blaine and Alex, and we're here to help with a leak. The figure stood there in silence, and I can see just the faintest of reflection making out the eyes as they stared down into me, as if I committed a great injustice by speaking. Blaine, armed with more information than what I had, of course, opens with, "Where's the leak, Mr. Smith?" I turn my head away from the guy in the doorframe and shoot a glare at Blaine, trying to give the impression of, that would have been nice to know before I insulted him, jackass. With a wave of his arm and a shuffled step to the side, Mr. Smith guided us inside his home. Oh, God. The name Mr. Smith, I mean, not everyone with the name Smith is fake, but I say that not to give too much information away, but that I'm a Smith, so but yeah, that already red flag, right? His name's Mr. Smith. The neighbor called. He didn't even call. So we have no idea other than the fact that the neighbor called. So this guy probably doesn't even want anyone in his home. And so, oh God. And now he has this crazy matted look. God. I'm thinking secret family. I'm thinking bodies under the floor. I'm thinking, yeah, this is not good. No matter which way you cut it, this is not good. And I bet your instinct, like as the plumber, and when they saw this house and they have this creepy interaction as soon as they get up to the door, I bet their instincts are like, they already want to call the cops. But of course your mind is telling you like, no, like it's not a crime to be weird. Like I'm sure he's just an old shut-in widow, whatever, you know, he's an old dude. Like, you know, he's not taking care of his house. It's not necessarily a crime, you know, whatever. But I could just imagine how, especially if you're primed, like they're already primed for this, given that it's like Halloween and all this other stuff, that the instinct would just be like, I'm calling the cops. I'm calling, you know, immediately the creepy door just swings open at you, you know, like stuff like that. Immediately you have to be like, yeah, I don't think we're gonna, whatever. I don't think we're gonna, you know, I think we're gonna need some more help. And then you outsource it to another plumber, or you call the cops, you know? With a wave of his arm and a shuffled step to the side, Mr. Smith guided us inside his home. As I entered, I actually get my first good look at the guy. His forehead was huge and covered with wrinkles. His gray hair lay at about ear length in a scraggly bob cut. His eyes were sunken into his skull. His cheeks drooped on either side of his open mouth, which showed 2 even rows of yellow plaque-caked teeth. His clothes weren't in much better shape. He wore a black sweater vest on top of a red plaid shirt and a white undershirt. His pants, I can only assume, were blue jeans, as they were smeared in layers of muck that had dried in multicolored brown splotches. Ugh. As the door shut behind Alex, we took a second while Blaine talked with Mr. Smith to let our eyes adjust to the dimness. Only a few light bulbs were on in the house, making details hard to see, and what we could make out was tinted yellow. The door had a peephole that was surrounded by layers of duct tape that had begun to separate from the adhesive. The area around the doorknob had a beige ring around it from who knows how many years of being smeared. The interior had several shopping bags full of fabric that I couldn't quite make out, and bits of fuzz lined every corner of the room. The layout was odd, too. Off of the main entrance, there were 3 separate hallways. To the left, a long hall with an intersection closer to where we were standing. I wasn't able to get a good view at the time as everything was so dim. Dead ahead, if you were walking straight from the entrance, there lay the long forgotten remnants of a living room. The air was thick and heavy, and the funk of mildew hung like a cloud above a baby puke green carpet. To the right, a maze of wooden panels and discarded bits of food. Ugh. In my line of work, I've learned that when you want to check an area out, never move your head. Instead, you shift your eyes while keeping your head down. As he began to shuffle his form through the kitchen, I snuck a short glance to the living room out of the side of my glasses. Several porcelain dolls lay in ornate gowns were strewn about the floor. Oh my God, no. It just gets worse, dude. It just keeps getting worse. Jesus Christ. He led us through the kitchen and all its various disorganization. Pots and pans piled high, a collection of pills scattered all over the countertop. Some were in their bottles, most weren't. A Garfield plush stuffed into a cabinet amongst bits of discarded food, wrappers, a dead cockroach, and bottle caps. Oh my God, even Garfield's disgusting. A shopping bag was hung off one of the cabinet handles, full of more fabric, and a doll's arm jutted out of the top. There were dolls everywhere. One was nailed to the wall, some on the floor. One was sitting politely on the counter, arms crossed, leaning against the remnant of meals long forgotten. Arriving at the back of the kitchen, Mr. Smith opened a sliding door, and immediately my brain had flashbacks to the door slam from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Alex's eyes were wide open, taking in every detail. Smith led us down yet another dingy, yellowed hallway. Fake tile laminate flooring shifted and cracked under our feet, and a heat radiated so badly that my glasses fogged up in seconds. I took them off to wipe away the steam and followed the blurred shapes of my companions. The sound of gallons of water blasting onto the floor drowned out my thoughts as I turned the corner. And after the return of my glasses, I could see the burst coming from underneath a sink. by the heat, we could pretty easily tell that this was the hot water supply to the sink. When we went back down the hallway to turn the hot water off, we found the water heater itself was prehistoric. Modern water heaters are normally replaced every 8 to 10 years, but this thing had to have been there since the early 70s. The copper supply line where the ball valve had been so corroded that at this point turning it put us at risk of breaking it off. The valve and everything around it was blue-green from oxidation to the point that full crystals surrounded the base of the handle. The tank to the heater itself was pinstriped with red and blue-green streaks running down from the decades of neglect. I mean, so creepy, but so fascinating too. Like at the same, like just the idea of the creepy water heater, or whatever. Yeah, the water heater and the corrosion on it and the mold and all the neglect. Like, I mean, the dolls and everything else are like infinitely creepier, but it's also just fascinating the way that, the way that nature just beats things down that, otherwise maybe don't look pristine, but like, yeah, it's just a cool moment in the story where it's like we see even the parts of this dude's house, because clearly he doesn't care at all about any of his stuff, probably besides these creepy ass dolls. But like we see this prehistoric water heater, and it's just completely, it's literally about to just crumble, and yeah. It's just, I mean, at this point, I would be like, this house is about to cave in on us, and we're about to be stuck in here with this creepy guy and all these dolls, and he's going to turn us into dolls, Fucking horrifying. Understanding that the valve is completely inoperable, I rushed back outside to go turn the water off at the meter. On my way out, I caught a better look at the shopping bags full of fabric. All of them were filled with baseball hats. Every single one of these hats were too small for me or any adult to wear. But compared to the dolls that they were sitting by, these hats were also too big. In the center of the living room was a large VHS camcorder sitting on a black tripod pointed at one of the dolls. The doll had a porcelain head and hands and sat in a large beige chair that had cracked and faded. She had long black hair, bright rosy cheeks, and an ordained red dress covered in sparkles, gems, and golden jewelry. These thoughts raced as I pushed through the house and into the dark. I was glad to be outside again. The cool night air helped remove the last of the fog from my glasses. But even with that and a flashlight, I couldn't find anything in the yard to indicate a water meter. Blaine and Alex came outside as I was retrieving a shovel and a probe from Blaine's big white Mercedes Sprinter van. All three of us started a desperate pursuit to find the meter box. Maybe this guy is just weird, I think to myself as I searched the yard. Let's just get this job done, set up the dryers, and go home. My shovel made a ka-thunk under my boot as I finished my thought. Alex and Blaine helped me dig a shallow hole to expose the box, only about 4 inches down, to expose the entire meter box. Every home has a meter box somewhere, and it should be in the front yard. These boxes are about 1.5 feet wide, 1 foot deep, and about 20 inches long. Inset into the concrete box is a metal lid, sometimes on a hinge, that can be lifted by a tiny rectangular hole. Alex tossed in my channel locks, and I pried the lid open. A huge swarm of about 50 roaches the size of my thumb burst from the ground the moment I opened the lid. All three of us struggled to stand up and get away as they scattered in every direction. Ooh, ah, oh, nah, dude, oh, shit, and other various catchphrases were screamed as we stomped around and shook our pant legs to get them off of us. Remembering quickly that we have a job to do and a house is flooding, Blaine found out we didn't have a meter key in either of our trucks to turn the water off. Instead, he barked some orders at me, and I reached all the way down inside and turn off the water by hand. The ground was still wriggling, and I tried avoiding as many roaches as I could, struggling and using all of my strength to turn the very stuck valve. Okay, they at least got the water off. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is a nightmare. I mean, it's still going to be a nightmare, but at least the water's off. Once the water was off, we went back inside to examine the damage and begin repairs. This time, Alex bumped my elbow and used his eyebrows to point out that there was stuff jammed into every corner of the room where the water line had burst. I gave him a glance that tried to say, "It's okay, I've seen this before." So now I'm thinking maybe Alex does work with him. I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's okay, I've seen this before. And he gave me a slight nod as we crouched behind Blaine into the water under the sink. If you were to look under your sink, behind the cleaning pipes and P-trap, you would see two valves that each have a line that supplies your sink. These valves are called angle stops. I'm loving how much I'm learning about plumbing too. This story's so fascinating. It's so well written too. Like, it's not, I know some people might be like, this is overly technical or whatever, but I'm just finding it super duper interesting, along with the creepiness. You know, you need the creepiness to like coax you into learning this stuff, but learning it is, I'm having a lot of fun. Oh yeah, it rules hard. These valves are called angle stops. On this sink, however, we had to shuffle through the musky remnants of newspaper that had started swelling and a soup of overturned bottles of Ajax and Comet. The angle stop to the hot water had completely blown off. It was dangling from a flexible supply line to the faucet, but the copper combing through the walls was just as pitted and old as the ball valve on the water heater. While Blaine got started on the replacement, starting with an abrasive sandcloth to remove the oxidation, Alex and I started working on the water damage. As we began setting up the air movers and dehumidifiers, I started to pay attention to what Alex was trying to show me. This entire area looks like it's been completely abandoned. Stuff stacked on every available flat surface in randomized orders. Boxes labeled peanuts, a typewriter, koshering salt, a vase, pillows, and more dolls. The heads peeked out from the peanuts box like gargoyles overlooking their domain. Oh, so creepy. I turned to get another blower, and I saw one of the most uncomfortable sights of my career. A shelf about 20 feet long and towering from the floor to the ceiling, filled to bursting with VHS tapes. Not the kind that had a plastic casing. No, these were paper packaged home videos. Every single one of them was labeled with masking tape and a handwritten date. I turned my head to look at them. Breaking my rule, I found their owner watching me from behind the door. Most of his body was obscured, but I could still see his scraggly hair, long hooked nose, a clenched fist down by his side, and his eyes staring a beam of hatred into the back of my skull. I heard a rush of blood in my ears as I stared back at him, my heart sinking into my stomach. Our eyes were locked in on each other, and a chill ran down my spine. Time slowed for what felt like eternity. A loud clang and "damn it" from Blaine broke the silence, and I tried not to make any too sudden movements in his direction to see what happened. Blaine had cut the copper line coming out of the wall and sliced a knuckle on a sharp edge while deburring. Most of this is shot, he said, on his back, with most of his torso inside the cabinet. I cut back to some good copper, but I need about 5 inches of half-inch from my van and a pro-press coupling. I began my fetch quest, but when I turned the corner where the old man was peering from, he was gone. No sounds came from anywhere in the house, except for the rustling behind me of Blaine and Alex. I stepped forward into the main hall, and now I was alone. I decided to stop sneaking glances, as I didn't want to come face to face again with the burning hate of those eyes. I kept my head down and worked my way outside. I cut the extra copper for Blaine using some cutters I had in my pocket, got his pro press tool, and checked the battery to make sure we had a full charge. As I was heading back up the short flight of stairs, again the door gently slid open. Mr. Smith stared down at me for only a split second, then moved to the side as Alex stepped out with the shop vac in hand. I could tell he was running through the same emotions I was, and I got the feeling that he, too, had met the glare. I nodded my head to the side to indicate that we should talk. I tried setting up the vacuum, but this one isn't working. He showed me a large crack on the inside of the duct tape around the hose that I had failed to notice on my rush to load the equipment. I realized the predicament we were in now. Someone is going to have to go back to the office alone. Blaine had squirmed his way out of the house and talked over the situation with us. We decided that since my little pickup was faster and because it's my truck that hauled the heavy stuff, I would have to go back to get to the shop to get a working vacuum. I tossed this broken vac in the bed of my truck, handed Blaine his copper press, and looked back at the guys. "You guys okay?" I shot a glance back at the house, really asking if they're going to be all right without me. Alex made a slight frown and gave a stern nod. Blaine shot me a thumbs up, and then the two men strode back to the house as I pulled away. The door opened. Mr. Smith was pointing at me. I don't think I've ever driven so carelessly in my life. So that's so creepy, because now I'm wondering if he's saying so he's probably saying something to Blaine and them as they strode back in the house, like, he stole something, or he's blah, blah, blah. I don't think I've ever driven so carelessly in my life. I raced around every corner back to the office. I ran a stop sign and the occasional red light. I kept getting the feeling of unease, that I had just left my best friend in a haunted house, and that I left a father behind in the clutches of a serial killer. My mind raced as fast as my truck to the thoughts of the guy that killed 2 women and had tried to flush their corpses. I was terrified of the idea of coming back and finding both of my brothers gone without a trace. I felt those eyes burn into my shoulders as I came to a screeching halt at the office, as if the act of thinking about him alerted him to my presence. I chucked the broken vacuum into the storage area and loaded up the working one as if both their lives depended on it, and as far as I was concerned, it did. Again, I began breaking rules and laws, driving in a frenzied scramble to get back. I had broken into a cold sweat, my mouth felt dry, and I felt the need to throw up. I rolled back up to the job site behind Blaine's van and found Blaine and Alex sitting inside the cab. They both had a 1,000-yard stare, their faces pale and expressionless. Blaine looked at me and slowly shook his head, indicating that he wasn't going to talk about what happened while I was gone. Then Alex got out of the van. His hands were shaking by his side, and he stuffed them into his pockets. His thumbs gave away, and they tapped his leg repeatedly like they were trying to escape. "I want to go home," he muttered under his breath. He looked me in the eye like a man starving and begging for food. "Dude," he stopped. The words hung in his throat, and he stopped talking. I was a bit unsettled. Alex has always been one of the most vocal people I've ever known. I've seen this guy strike up an hour-long conversation with complete strangers and somehow get phone numbers from women from around the table. But this was what choked him up. I gave the both of them a confused look, waiting for an explanation, but none ever came. Blaine took the shop vac from my truck and shoved it into my hands before turning towards the door again. I followed behind him like a man on his way to the gallows. For the first time in my entire career, I felt as though I was doomed to never leave this place. In my thoughts, time slowed down as the door opened again. This is it, I thought. This is how I die. Oh, God. Mr. Smith stared at me again, his hatred gone. Now it was analytical, like a butcher sizing up a cow. His eyes shifted up and down as I passed him. I decided to just keep my eyes on the ground. As curious as I was about whatever was going on, I couldn't bring myself to investigate. I had a job to do. I plugged in the vacuum into the air movers and it roared to life. Blaine went around the room with a moisture meter and made notes of where the wall had been saturated from the water creeping up. Without the sound of the gushing water or repairs, everything went eerily silent save the vacuum and the blowing fans. The occasional beep of Blaine's moisture meter kept me from losing focus, and I kept my head down. Alex stood behind me, messing with the dehumidifier hoses and cords in an attempt to appear busy. I could hear Blaine in the other room as I sucked up the yellow-tinged water that was above the soles of my boots. "Okay, Mr. Smith," he said in his customer service voice. "Right now they're vacuuming up all the surface water, but it's imperative that we leave our equipment overnight to reduce water damage and to dehydrate the area. I did a few tests, and it looks like you're going to need a flood cut in order to make sure that no mold or mildew sets into your walls." "What is that?" I heard Mr. Smith ask. "Here, I'll show you," Blaine said as he led Mr. Smith back to where we were. Blaine took up a tape measure extending about 2 feet from it and held it against the wall so that the hook touched the floor. "Each of these walls," he indicated which ones with the flashlight, "are going to need drywall removed to this height in order to make sure there won't be mold, mildew, or things such as." Doing restoration work isn't something most plumbers do, but we decided to expand our company into water and fire damage so that we can help our customers with any problem without having to resort to another company. Mr. Smith seemed to be calm and understanding to a degree when Blaine explained the water damage aspect, but when he started talking about cutting the wall, his attitude changed. Like the flip of a switch, he started pacing back and forth. Odd for someone who had spent this entire time barely shuffling around. He muttered to himself, then spoke to all three of us. No. His eyes darted around the room in panic. No, just clean up the water, take your things. I'd like you to leave. My heart skipped a beat in excitement. I couldn't wait to get out of this room, out of this filth, out of this house. Yet I still felt bad that I wouldn't be able to finish the job in a proper way. But I suppose it's not what we were there to do, as we were only called about the leak, and that had been fixed at this point. Alex had loaded all of the blowers and dehumidifier into my truck by the time I had cleaned the floor. Despite the leftover streaks of mud, dead bugs scattered around, this was probably the cleanest the floor had been in years. Blaine tried to reiterate the importance of proper care, but Mr. Smith had had enough, and for that I was grateful. In the kitchen, Blaine did some math for the final cost of our services. Mr. Smith pulled up a rickety old school to one corner and brushed aside some silverware. He opened the glass on a large leather case and placed a piece of paper inside of a huge typewriter. As the steady click of him typing us a check began, I excused myself from the kitchen and started towards my exit to freedom. I realized that I had one opportunity to take a final look at anything of interest. With Mr. Smith distracted, I peered into the living room where I'd seen the doll on the seat. I was only able to get a few more small details. The VHS camcorder pointed at the doll had a tape inside of it, and the tape was rolling. My blood ran cold. The entire time we were working, that doll had been recorded. I stepped outside before Mr. Smith could finish writing the check. I dumped the vacuum into a storm drain and tossed it in the back of the truck and sat down next to Alex in my cab. Dude, I said as I stared ahead, that camera was rolling. He shot his head over at me. What? He sounded like it was too much for him, so I decided to ease the tension. I faked a chuckle. I know, right? What the fuck was that, Chase? We looked at each other as if each of us was holding back information. I have no idea, brother, and I didn't. Blaine came out of the house with a check in hand, gave me a thumbs up that we could go home, and we rolled back to the office. The air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Alex and I rode back in absolute silence. I couldn't find the heart to turn on the radio. What did you even listen to after that? We pulled back up to the office, unloaded our equipment with Blaine's help, and tried to make light of the situation. Sure, we all laughed and joked about how creepy the situation was, but it was mostly to mask the sheer terror that we felt. We half joked about expecting to find some sort of dead body trapped in the wall, or pounding from the floor to, "Let me out of here." But then we started thinking about it more and more. The more we talked about small details like the filth and refuse in every corner, the more unnerved we got. I've been in situations that have startled me or scared me, like being under a crawl space and having a spider run at my face, or almost falling off a roof. But this is the only job that has genuinely terrified me. Though it's been months since that job, Alex and I still sometimes call each other to talk about it, though it has been less and less common. I spent countless hours trying to sleep, staring up at the ceiling, trying to understand as to why everything was the way it was. I sometimes wake up in the dead of night with the visions of those eyes burning a beam of fiery hatred. At some point in situations like this, even if things are creepy and spooky, you understand that you have a job to do, and that someone not only needs your help, but chose you specifically. In our office hangs a huge poster that I had framed that features a lone plumber on a pedestal. He wears a white collared shirt, a blue hat, and overalls, and in his hands a black pipe wrench. Behind him, at his feet, an entire long line of people all look up to him, and behind his head a globe of the earth. The words, "The plumber protects the health of the nation," are emblazoned above his head. And it was this image that gave me comfort as I sat to write this message. Sometimes we still talk about it, but Alex and Blaine still won't tell me what happened while I was gone. It wasn't until I finally sat down to write this that I got a lead when I gave Alex a call. I told him about my writing project, and the only thing he could say before he hung up was, "There was a basement." No, I knew, because I remember fucking thinking, and I didn't say it out loud, but he was like, it was a typical one-story house and blah blah blah, and then as soon as I got so caught up in the other creepiness that I didn't even think about it, I didn't even mention it, but I was like, he probably has all this trash and shit, like he's covering stuff up too as part of it. So one thing I was thinking is like, there's the hats, right? The hats that are from like small people, but not small enough for the dolls. There's all sorts of shit like that. And so part of me was being like, I bet some of that garbage is hiding like, a hidden door or something. I didn't know if it was a basement necessarily. And then I found myself wondering, clearly the guy's a killer and he kills little boys or like baseball, who knows? I mean, to me that's so obvious, and there's so many creepy signs that you just have to kind of go that way. But also I was thinking like, so if the water is going to this neighbor's house or flooding, how is it, yeah. My fiance just texted me, "Are you okay?" Hold on. I don't want her to be worried. Crazy story. And so I found myself being like, what was flooding over to the neighbor's house? Like, could they just see the water running like out of the house and onto the street? Or, part of me was wondering, like, is the water going somewhere that like we're not privy to, right? Like where is that disconnect between the neighbor calling and then them showing up, right? Because a woman called, right? It wasn't this guy who called. And then to have this reveal right at the end, it's so good, and it's so it's simple and it's creepy, and it gives you to the idea that if that was what he had out in the open in his house that he let the plumbers see, what part didn't he let them see? And why was he so worried about them tearing into the walls? This guy is without a doubt a fucking child murderer, or, maybe like a teenage murderer, a young adult murderer. I'm so locked in, and I am so upset that this doesn't have more upvotes and that there's not a part 2, at least not to my knowledge. But I'm going to leave a furious comment being like, where the fuck is part 2? Please, But that's such a good reveal. There was a basement. That's all you need. Oh my God. It's so simple and so haunting in a story that I believe is 100% true. I don't know. This might just be a dude who he says it's true, but then like he's just using his real world experience to give it this level of authenticity. But I think it's just as likely that this is 100% true. we better get a part 2. Well, yeah, Rude Dude, you and me need to campaign to this author, and we need to upvote his story, obviously, but we need to campaign to this author and be like, bro, please finish it. I am hooked. I've never been this excited with an end reveal and this excited with like a part 2, because I'm locked in. Like, I believe this is real, you know. This to me it could be 100% real, and so I've got to know what is in the basement. You know, I've got to know what this guy is. Is he just a creepy doll collector and he's just like antisocial, and so he was really mean to them and whatever, or what is he hiding? Because clearly he's hiding something in that basement and just in the walls and in general. Oh God. All right, we got the last sentence here. We got to finish. And the only thing he could say before he hung up was, there was a basement. Normally with stuff like this, that would be the end of it. You had a creepy job, you move on, you forget about it. And I did that until about 3 weeks ago when I got a call and we had to go back. Yes. So we know, because that's the thing, is I was like, is part 2 gonna still be from his perspective, or is it gonna be like, until the police showed up, you know, until I saw the crime scene vans outside of his house, so to speak. But no, the plumbers are going back. The plumber that protects the health of the nation is going back. I want to call. I'm going to be a plumber for next Halloween, because this story has fucking inspired me that much, and I already have the plumber crack to do it. So I'm fucking stoked. I am like, I've never felt more like interested and like to have a plumber protagonist in this sort of way is so fun. And the narrator, and like, I've got chills. I've got everything that you want from a horror story. This kicked ass. This is a 10 out of 10. This should definitely be a Creepcast episode, provided we get a part 2, right? I do think it needs a resolution, but this is criminally underrated. I stand this story 10 out of 10. Perfect. Again, were there any typos? There might have been like 1 or 2, but it was well written. It was succinct. The plumbing elements of it made it interesting in a realistic way. God, it was so fun. I am locked in, bro. Okay, I gotta write a comment. I feel like for an end story too, like, we've had good stories on the stream tonight. Obviously, talking with Sully was great, and like listening to his story. But very rarely do I get energized by a story like later in the stream like this, and this just fucking, yeah. I literally want to go. I want to get off stream so that I can go talk to my fiance about it for a half an hour, even though she's not going to care nearly as much as I do, which, you know, that's not hate to her. She hasn't read the story. She doesn't know. She hasn't been where we've been. Okay. But this was amazing. This was so good. I'm such a fucking fan. Sorry. I want to get his Reddit name right, because I want people to follow him. But, CS Shark, you know, I'm a fan. I'm following. You knocked it out of the park, my dude. This was awesome. This was so good, and I cannot wait. Okay, so he's got a lot of post karma and stuff, at least. So it seems like maybe I looked at his profile earlier, and I know that he has some posts. But I was looking for a part 2 to I Am a Plumber, and I didn't see it. So he's got some other stories. It looks like he's got some like Creepcast memes and stuff, but we need part 2. Oh, Sam, you just popped in at the end. You missed a hell of a story, dude. You missed a banger, and it's only a part 1 too, and it set it up. I typically don't like full sequel bait in a story, but it set it up so good for a part 2 that we had. Like, we have got to, this guy's Sea Shark 13, we all have to fucking lobby to him to please come out with part 2. Please come, because that was a banger. And I hope he isn't discouraged, because I know that his story, at least as of this moment, doesn't have many upvotes. Sorry, I fucking hate that. How it there we go. Okay. Yeah, it has. I mean, it's criminal how few votes this has, but this was such a banger, and it might be a true story, and it might be. Yeah, no, you're good. But I'll watch the recording later. Hell yeah, dude. Well, it was a fun one. Yeah, I'm excited for you to watch it, because this story absolutely kicked ass. Here, I'm doing this comment in all caps. Fucking ruled. Plumber. How do you spell plumber? Is it like that? I'm such a bad speller, dude. Gotta scroll all the way up to the top just to make sure. Plumber. What's the word I'm looking for? How the technical, there we go. I know, I knew I wasn't going to spell that right, so I just... Mr. Smith. And I mean, like, even down to the pacing, it was so good. It was like explaining the jobs of the plumber and the other scary instances and stuff, and it gave us those nuggets at the beginning to kind of like entice us in, and like this is the type of gross weird shit that could happen. And then the story just totally fucking gut punched us, like totally. As soon as they pulled up on that house, it was like it just immediately, yeah, it was just, oh god, it was so good. And then the part where he has to leave and he's driving all fast and he's worried that something's going to happen. And then something did happen. We don't fully know what, but I guess we know at least that they discovered that there's a basement to this house, which just adds another level of creepiness to it. Because when they went in that house, they were sure that it did not have a basement. And now they're like, it has a basement. And oh god. Oh no. So I gotta know what's in the basement. Oh my god, what a banger. Sorry, I know I'm taking a long time. Oh god. I know I'm taking a long time to type out this. God damn it. This comment, but I feel like it deserves it. It doesn't have a comment yet. It only has 3 upvotes now. So it just goes to show that, a story and its amount of upvotes or whatever is not indicative of how strong a story is. This story is, I'm going to think about this story. I'm going to contemplate what's in the basement. What was the deal with all the fabric in the bags and the hats, the baseball hats? What is with that? Is he dressing women up? Does he have a woman captive and the dolls are just surrogates for this woman that lived in the basement, who now, by the way, is probably in feet of water, because that water definitely traveled down into the basement. So, oh God. God, I'm blown away. What a great story. What a tragically underrated, undervoted story. So please, if you do nothing else from after watching my stream, go upvote this story, go leave a comment, go share it, share it. Maybe, I don't know if they really watch their Twitter much or whatever, but go tag this story, in the Creepcast Discord and in Twitter or whatever, in the Papa Meat. You're probably not supposed to do that, but definitely I don't want to get spoiled. I'm getting off. Don't want to. Okay, well, so get out, or you can leave the stream now, Sam, because I don't want it to be spoiled either. It was a great fucking story, and yeah, I just think that, you know, when a story has little upvotes like this and stuff, it just, you know, we scroll past stories all the time and we can't read them all. I totally get that, but it's why when I made this post calling for stories, I mean, the post is locked now, so it does have a finite amount, but not all these comments are stories, but we can wager that there's about 100 stories on here, and I plan to read every single one of them eventually, because we just don't know. Maybe not all of the stories that get posted will I read every single part, you know, because some are like 20-part stories or whatever, but I plan on giving each story its due and trying to cover it in some way. And this just goes to show why, you know, reading these stories are important, because we have these absolute bangers like this that are apparently a true story. At least the narrator makes the assertion that this is a true story, and he brings up his love of Creepcast and how he listens to Creepcast on his plumbing jobs. So we have it has this level of authenticity that it just starts out with, that then when we go into where it goes, it just makes it so fun, and I just have got to know what happens and what is in the basement and all that stuff. But I'm obviously hyped. It was great. Thank you so much to Sea Shark 13. Thank you obviously to Sully too for his story obsession, and us getting to watch that video and talk about his story was a lot of fun. And thank you also to sorry, I think I exited out of their story, but from Possible Display, we read Secret Santa. That was a banger too. That was a, you know, a Secret Santa or Christmas-esque pen pal story. So, you know, we had a great episode today. A lot of really fun stuff, and yeah, I'm just, you know, beyond blown away again by the level of talent and the creativity in this community, and I am honored to be a part of it. And so, yeah, I'm gonna call it. Oh, I did want to say that on my next stream, I will read I Lived with a Fairy After the War from Victor's Grave. Sorry, Victor, we didn't get to your story today. It'll be next, or it'll be first on my next stream. And then we'll do I'm an Underground Doctor at Mr. J's Workshop Part 2. And yeah, probably some other stories too, but those are the next two stories I have on the list. And you know, sorry we didn't get to them today, but that doesn't mean that I won't get to them. And yeah, just the stream ended up going a little bit longer because I wasn't planning on doing Sully's story, but then he had the time tonight, so we were able to get him on the stream and talk with him, and that's, you know, that's a lot of what I want the stream to be. Is I want it to be a collaboration with the authors just as much as it is me reading a story and talking about it. So I appreciate everyone who stopped by, everyone who watches this on the restream. Go give the stories love. Go you know, upvote them. Go read them. Yeah, and I apologize for any little technical difficulties we had during the stream, either with our guest or with just me trying to figure out my stupid headphone situation. Hopefully I'll get more of that stuff ironed out in the future, but you know, feel free to skip ahead always when you're watching my streams, or if you're watching them live, feel free to turn it off if it gets boring, because I'm trying to figure some shit out. You know, no hard feelings. I'm figuring this out as I go, and I'm just streaming on a laptop. I finally got this my fiance, who's awesome. I love her, got me this fancy mic stand. So we're slowly upgrading things, but I'm still just here streaming on a laptop. So, I know that things aren't going to be the best quality all the time, but I hope that I can continue to improve and that I can continue to do these stories justice. And thank you, Rude Dude. Thanks so much for the stream. It was super fun as always. Is what Rude Dude said, and I couldn't agree more. And that's because of you guys. That's because of the authors and the stories. I strive to be entertaining and to have fun reading the stories, but I am not the star of my streams. The stories, the authors are the stars of my streams. And let me tell you, we had some fucking absolute superstars on tonight. So, from Sully the Skelly to I always forget, it's possible display 891, from them to last Sea Shark 13. You guys are superstars. You guys are why I love to do this and why I will keep doing this, because every week or every time I stream, I know that I'm gonna be entertained and have fun, but I'm always blown away. I'm always I'm always intrigued. I'm always fascinated by a new angle that somebody has, by a simple concept that somebody just totally makes awesome. And even this plumber one, pretty simple concept, nothing too crazy. I mean, we don't fully know where it's going to go, so, it can get crazier, but I mean, I'm choosing to believe that this is a true story, but if this is a true story, this is fucking insane, and we've got to know how it ends. And I choose to believe it is, but yeah, I'm just so grateful. So thanks, guys. I'll quit rambling. I'll get off. Next stream we'll have I Lived with a Fairy After the War, and I'm an underground doctor at Mr. J's Workshop Part 2. So look forward to that. Both those stories. I'm very excited. Yeah, take care. You take care too, Rude Dude. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone. Merry Christmas. I look forward to the new Creepcast episode tomorrow. I think there will be a new episode. Maybe not because of the holidays. Who knows? But anyways, yeah, I can't wait to start this new year, this new creepy year, and keep doing this, keep reading stories, because it's always a ton of fun. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you, friends and fiends, for listening to, watching, enjoying the Red Death Mask stream. And I am going to say hasta la vista and probably go to sleep. Probably go watch a Christmas movie and then go to sleep. Bye.